Alright, I think I got it fixed. I think I got it fixed. The stream should be alive. Oops. Okay. Alright, welcome back to another stream on a Thursday. I even updated the links on the Discord. Let me announce again that I'm streaming. Maybe stream went haywire. Haywire? Is that how you spell it? Haywire? Stream went hair. Post that here. Okay. Alright. We're here. Ferd, thank you for hanging around. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up through the thick and thin of it all, where it got messed up. Kind of crazy. My computer, literally, I haven't gotten the blue screen of death in ever on this computer. This is the first time I got the blue screen of death. BSOD on Windows. My computer just completely shut down. Didn't want to work anymore. Started over. Luckily, I knew how to fix everything. And by fix, I mean just set everything up again. But we're here. Evelyn, I'm glad you made it through my computer crashing and everything. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being a friend. Okay. Okay, we're here. We're here. We're doing it. Alright. So, yeah, this is a stream I do every Tuesday and Thursday. I make an artwork. I try to keep it within. My goal one day is to do it in 2 hours. It always ends up being 3 to 4 hours, closer to 4 hours, which is fine. It's fine. I just wish I could do it just a little bit faster. Because after I start streaming, there's like things I do afterwards, like make the thumbnail, do the animation, and da 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 da. It'll be nice to just cut the stream a little shorter and be able to do that a little faster, so I'm not just, sitting here. Obviously, I should take breaks, but so yeah, do these streams Tuesdays and Thursdays. This is the Thursday one, and today I did a little pre-production, some pre-work on what I want to make today. You can see in the thumbnail things I made in the past, previous live streams, so definitely check those out. But what we're going to be making today is something I had in mind of maybe a looping animation of somebody running on the bottom left here. As you see, I got it all set up here on this little third, and something happening up here, like some giant epic event or something of the like. And this character's already animated, already running. So the stuff I'm going to be using in this stream, let me set this up more correctly. The stuff I'm going to be setting up in this stream, is it going 60 frames a second? This should be, right? 60 frames. Let's see how fast it goes. Oh, it's only going 40. So this is actually going not at full speed. It's going about 20 frames slower. So that's why it looks a little slower. She definitely is running a bit faster than that. Let's see what it looks like in wireframe. There it is. That's the actual speed. Running through, which is pretty cool. We even have the camera set up with like a focus point here. We have the empty. We can look around and focus and stuff. I have everything set up. I'm trying to cut down this time, guys. Okay, so let me go back to this rendered view. All right, so somebody's running. Some big event is happening back here, and maybe I can frame this up like if she's part of like, those parking lots that like spiral upwards and stuff. Like if she's running along a building that's kind of like that, that's like made out to be a spiral. The building doesn't make sense, but it'll aesthetically look pleasing, and that's what I want to have. This animation I got from Mixamo. Let's see, Mixamo. It's owned by Adobe. I own the Adobe CC thing, so I get this for free. It basically allows you to get characters and animate them. I got this model from this Mixamo. Like if we browse, you can see I could just pick an animation for this person to have. Defeated, shoveled face, fighting mode, which is pretty cool. So I just typed in running, downloaded this model as an FBX, and then I think at some point I'm gonna go to Quixelbridge and get some of these mega scans from Unreal, the Unreal library, and use those. But right now, I did some of the tedious technical work already, and the tedious technical work is getting the model in here, having the textures. Every time there's like a plugin or something that exports to Blender, the materials are always wrong. So I had to fix the materials, fix some of the settings. It all works out now. I don't think I'm going to use any of these colors, and I might even edit the character so I don't have like this thing, because I don't like that it doesn't flap in the wind or whatever, because I just need a silhouette that's running, right? Just a clear silhouette that's running, and that's all I needed for this. So I got the silhouette running, we're going, we're moving, and so the first step that I'm going to do is figure out some of the blocking stuff. So let's do that. First, let's figure out if we can get the framing down with the spiral thing I'm talking about. And there's a couple ways I could do this. Maybe the first two attempts are not going to be good. So let me just set this up here so I can't select the character. Oh, no, right here. Okay, I made it so I can't click on her, because I don't need to at all at any point, I think, right now. So let's make a spiral, right? There's two ways to make there's a few ways to make a spiral. So if you have the extras add-on added, I think there's one in here. Let's see if we can find it. I think it's spirals. I found it. Or is it not? Spiral fit. Maybe that's what it is. Curve spiral. Let's click on some of these and see what they look like. For some reason, I don't know what's happening, but everything is being created really small. Like, this thing is super tiny. And this character is like normal 1 meter-ish tall. So I don't know what's happening here. Look, it comes down as 0.2. Like, that's the dimensions? I just don't believe that. Did something get set up wrong in the project file? Doesn't matter. I'm just gonna have to scale everything up. That's what I just have to remember. So let's get the spiral. Where's my spiral? Oh, it's in the collection. Let me reselect that. I'll select that there. Okay. Okay, we're gonna just have to work small for some reason. Don't know what it could be. So let's just work at her feet for now. Let's go to spiral. There's the curve. Let's see some parameters here. Yeah, this is kind of what I want, but much bigger. Is there a size here? Oh, there is. Let's get this much bigger. Let's do some even numbers. Let's do 200. Oh, I can't go. The height can't go past 100. See, this is not good. I might have to do this a different way. Alright, so we're just gonna get it and we're gonna make it large now. Alright, and then we're gonna line it up so it just lands on her. We're gonna try it one way. Kelly, thanks for the super chat. What's good, Grease Monkey? Doing well. Doing well. Just doing the same old, same old. Alright, so cool. So if we rotate this, we can have something, you know, it look kind of interesting here. Yeah, and as we rotate it, we'll probably have to have it come down. So let's get it from the side here. the front. We'll do the side. Yeah, this should be zeroed out here. Let's do it somewhere down the middle, like right here. Oh, that's why it's not in the middle, because then she's in the center. And that doesn't make any sense. Alright, but we'll go on the Y and move it out. Yeah, this may have to be bigger. Bigger than that. Also, the camera I think is like looking upwards, so I think that's what's happening here. So let's see if we can adjust the camera in a way that makes sense. When is the Patreon member stream going to be? Kelly, tell me what. You're the only person. You're the only person that I think is participating in the live stream. So tell me what day is good for you, and I'll try and make it work. Alright, so let's move this camera. A little to the left here. And let's actually make it bigger from the side here. Let's see what this looks like. Alright, so just so we can see this a little better, let me make the geometry. But yeah, Kelly, send me a message on Discord or here or wherever. Tell me what day will work for you. I will clear it out. It's basically going to be you. So please let me know. And then we should be good. All right, there's the flatness I got going on. There's a twist that we're gonna be doing here. There's a tangent. Can I control the smoothness? All right. Z up. We'll do minimum. It's not much of a day, but the time. What are your windows of availability during the week? I have to work till 3:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Hold on. Let's send me a message. Let me open up my Discord here. Send me a message on Discord. Is it Megafist? And let's talk about it there. So mine, I'm gonna write them there. Monday. All right, so we're gonna talk on Discord, and we can figure it out there. All right, so I'm gonna twist this around, so we can make a plane here. And this is actually giving me some good understanding here. We're gonna do something like this. We'll probably tilt her upwards. It's not gonna make sense. She's running on a flat plane. So hopefully this works out. Okay, so this is not turning out the way that I think I want it, so we're gonna keep working at it here. I think I want to be on the outside. Oops. Let's move this down on the Y. Figure out where my camera is. Where's my camera? think I gotta move my camera. Let's put this back. Let's stretch this out. Okay. All right. And we're going to keep her still. We're going to have this loop in. We're going to keep her still. And then rotate from its center. And move down. Let's see if we can get something to match here. I don't think I like how I'm doing this. I don't like the spiral. So let's scrap this for a second here. All right, so let's do it a different way. So the other way that I was thinking was, you know what? Before we figure out the spiral stuff, getting a little flustered here already with the spiral because should have thought about it last night and I didn't. Let's figure out what we're gonna have more along the lines on the background for right now. We'll keep her kind of like right here. Let's add in some shapes, and I'm gonna just add in some cylinder shapes to work out some blocking here. What's interesting is this camera is at 25 millimeters, so you can see like the distortion happening. And I wonder if that's good or not. Like maybe we should do, and I always want to do this, use a long lens. So let's use a long lens. It doesn't make sense right now, so let me push the camera back. I can't see it on the top left here, so let's push this camera back. Man, something is so weird with the sizing of all this stuff. It's like kind of crazy. So let's move it back on the Y. There we go. There we go. So then now when we look at it, no distortion. We're not doing this like close-up wide. We're doing a long lens, 100 millimeter. That's making more sense. Less distortion. Blah, blah, blah. All right, let's add in our stuff. So we'll move this up by 1. Let's add origin to the 3D cursor. Shade smooth. We'll put the normals here. And we'll move this back in the distance, and I will make it large. All right, let's take out some of these lines. I'm just gonna put this where I think it should be. All right, so we'll do that. Let's take off some of the lines for the composition viewport here. Let's take out the lower thirds. Let's take out the axis, but add back the grid. Let's make our camera focus invisible. Just kind of clean up the look here. And we can put the sun out of view. Okay. Let's give this a floor. a giant floor that reaches hella far. Alright. Let's see. Good, 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 good. Let's show the header here. Good stuff. Okay. Got that moving. Got that going. For right now, let's go to my asset browser. I have a couple ground textures that I can possibly add here. So let's go to object mode and apply all transformations. And then go to the asset browser, my asset browser. And just put a texture. I'm going to put a texture down just for temporary. It's probably going to look a little ugly. So let's just do it though, just so I have something to look at. And I'm also going to change the background color. That is pretty ugly. So we're going to, I have some custom settings here. Let's set up the scale to be giant. This scale is ridiculous. We're also working with a lot of stuff here. Okay. Good stuff. There's another thing. Is this producing shadows? Is this producing shadows? I'm surprised this doesn't have shadows on there. Yeah, this ground obviously is like repeating. Blender Guru has a texture thing that makes it so it kind of like randomizes the material. I forget what it's called, like poly texture something. I would definitely Google it if you guys are interested. But if anybody in the chat just wants to know directly, just say something in the chat. But I'm gonna glaze on over it because I already have it in my and I made these custom settings for these materials, and I already have them in here. So this will randomize the rotation of the texture. And then it kind of breaks up the, you know, like the squared look that it usually gets. So now it looks a little better. There's obviously some settings I can fix here. Like, we'll add in the ambient occlusion a little bit. Always make the bump a little better. We can also add in a second light here. Let me add in a second light. We'll make it an area light. And we'll make it huge. I'm working with really big scales. I don't know if that's good or not. Like, I may need to know, like... Alright. Alright. Divide by 3. Divide by 3. Okay, can I even see this in the camera? Where is it? There it is. Okay. Alright, we're gonna make this size a rectangle. We're gonna make it super long. We're gonna rotate it. I'm only doing this so I can see. So I can add some, like, I don't know, je ne sais quoi onto this. Because it doesn't even reach it. Hold on. Let's reach it here. We're just winging it, guys. We're winging it. I'm not sure what we're going with here. Okay, so right now, for anybody watching, I'm setting up the blocking for this scene. Because that's what's important to me right now. Okay, so we're gonna go to the shader. We're gonna go to world. I have a world fog that I use in all my projects. Definitely check that out. It's in my, you can see him in the previous live streams, but I'm gonna append that fog right now. I have it in my assets. It's under Blender materials, under my fog, under my world, under my fog, and there it is. So let's put that in here. And it made everything pink. So let's see what we need to fix here. First, let's just get rid of it and add in our background color. All right, let's just add in some pretty colors right now to begin with. We'll do the little gradient. We'll do a rotation on the y-axis, right? 90. And then we'll go on the x-axis. Try and get a transition going on here. Hold on, I gotta find... Oh, it's still spherical. Look at that. That's an interesting thing I can do there. I forgot that I can do spherical here. But for right now, even though spherical works, I guess you could just have to do it with the camera, huh? We'll do generated, and this will give it this like transition from top to bottom. So we're gonna keep this up here, and we're gonna stretch them out a little bit longer. There it is. All right, and let's choose a color that's not so typical. Maybe we'll do like a dark pink. Nope. And we'll do like a red sky. Something like that. Okay. Cool. So we're getting somewhere with what we're doing here. Also, let's just copy this pink color onto this light here. There we go. I also have it so it's not affecting the lighting on the characters. But if I really wanted that, I could just do this directly. See what that looks like. See, this affects the lighting of the characters, which could be good. Sometimes I don't use it. We'll keep it on for now, because it seems to be looking kind of cool. You know, we'll have our character running here. I don't like this texture. We're probably going to work with something else. I'm going to hit save before something crashes. Okay, now let's see if I can figure out this fog situation real quick. Usually it's with these settings here, under volumetrics, right here. Usually if I put this to something crazy. Alright, there we go. Let's put this to 500. $5,000? Alright, 4,000. Alright, 3,000. Okay. So let's go into, I have a controller called the fog controller. Let's see where that's at. Alright, that's here. What are these artifacts? Oh, I'm looking at the character. Oh my god. Oh man, we might have to approach this entire thing very differently, guys. I tried saving myself time by doing some of this extra work, and a lot of this extra work is just causing me more headache right now. This is no good. No good. No good at all, guys. Alright, let's see if we can lower. I think we're almost getting it. This is like insane. The issues I'm coming up with right now. How much are we in? We're 30 minutes in. I may start a new project file. I feel like there's a lot of issues going on here with me. right, let's start this over. We're starting over, guys. 30 minutes in. Sometimes you gotta scrap it for a second. Let me see. All right, let me start off pretty. Let me append. We'll append the fog, and we'll start off with the fog. That's what we should just start with. The fog is always causing me issues, but it's like the best part. Okay, we'll throw in the fog there. We'll put in our cube. You can see our cube is correct. We could do this, Wes. We could do it. We could do it. This monkey. Fog is like icing. You apply the cake last. No, 100%, 100%, Ferd. My issue is that the fog stuff is very finicky, and it wastes a lot of my time at the end. So when I apply it early, I could see if it causes any issues, and it did. And there was already something wrong with the scaling in that scene. It was really weird. Things were coming in very tiny. So let's just see if we'll do run 2 v2. Let's just see if starting a new one and appending the character. I was, but yeah, Fred, I was essentially preemptively seeing an issue that I'm probably gonna have. That is gonna kill my record of, not record, but my goal of ending this in 3 or 4 hours. Or at least to my liking, right? Like, as close to my liking as possible. So let's go to collection. Alright, so the fog is still working pretty good right now. Let's erase this. Let's erase the plane. Alright, and then where's our character? Where is this character? Hold on, let me go to... Alright, let's put the view to 10,000. Where is this in relation to the cubes? Oh, see the scaling? It's obscene. She's like giant. It's kind of crazy. Alright, so let's... I think the scaling was wrong, that she was too big. So let's scale this person down. Scale her down. Scale her down. Alright, let's bring these up 1. Alright, I think we're getting somewhere now. I think my issue in the last scene was she was scaled up a little big. Alright, let's just start from scratch. Let me see if I can speedrun this. I'm going to set the camera to, let's say, 100. Give me myself some little bit more range. I'm going to set up my viewport compositions for now. The 3rd and the 4th, we're going to scroll this back, or move the camera backwards, and we're going to control the camera so we can move it like this. Let's move her to the corner like I wanted it. There we go. Our fog is looking much better and correct, because that's, like I said, it's kind of insane. There we go. We got silhouettes going on, looking beautiful. We can always mess with the settings for the volumetrics in here, which is great. That's when I can lower the volumetrics and all that stuff. Okay, great. Great. So we got a character. She's running at a pace that repeats. Okay. Let's set up some blocking, and now that we're here, we can go into the rendered view. And we got our character. It flashes a lot. I think it has to do with the fog. And also viewport denoising, which is interesting enough. It causes these flashes. So I'll take off viewport denoising for now, just to keep this as smooth as possible. Also, she's not moving that slow. This is just rendering slower. I think if this was wireframe, yeah, she would be much faster, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we'll put this up. We'll put her there. She's in the corner. She's running. We're doing good. So let's add in some shapes so we can block out kind of what we want to do here. And it's great that it's now a silhouette, because now I can really see the shapes I want to be going for. We're going to set the origin to the bottom of this by setting it to the 3D cursor. I already moved it up. We'll move this off to the distance and scale it up and stuff. I would like this to be like she's at an elevated plane and she's looking at some sort of giant event happening. So that's going. So let's move this down here and make this taller, and then move it over to the side over here. Alright. Like this. I do like her running to the side. It would be nice if she was running up something. So let's add in a foreground element. I'm just putting in a shape there. Let's see if fixing the volumetrics here helps. Yes, it does. So we're going to set the volumetrics a little further. We're also going to set our color management to standard and high contrast. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, that changed it a lot. Let's go to volumetrics to see if that helps it at all. It does not. So we're not going to keep it high contrast for now. Or should we lower the exposure? Or the gammas? The gamma really gives it like a weird look there. But nope. Let's reset all this. Let's go back to just medium contrast so we can see the cylinder out in the background. If you see it, she's like kind of like elevated from it. She's right there. And that thing is just floating in the background. So let's see if we can add in something here. Kelly, can you explain your artistic background and where and when in the industry you have worked? Oh, my background is not really too related. I've also answered this question before, Kelly. I think you've asked it before, so record your screen. Way back when I was a wee lad, I was a IT tech support technician. I was a very technical person. Then I switched my careers to the film industry. I went to film school, learned about film and how to make them, like live action film and stuff. And then during that, I got interested in VFX. So my main background is VFX. I do live action VFX for short films and movies, and I edit as well because that's what society wants you to do now. They want you to edit and do effects. You can't just be an effects person or an editor. You have to do both. So yeah, I did that background. Filmmaking, you say? So yeah, so I did VFX for a while, and during VFX I learned After Effects. I'm pretty good at After Effects and all the Adobe Suite software. I wanted to make my own assets, so I started getting into 3D, and then now I'm in my journey transitioning from, so I went from, you know, live action to doing VFX to doing 3D art and VFX to now wanting to do 2D so I can combine all my skill sets. So in the background while I do these live streams, like on other days, I'm teaching myself how to draw. And stuff while I make these artworks. I've mostly worked for my main thing I've been working on, like my day job is like a VR company, and I do their trailers, or I help them do their VFX and some of their editing for their trailers and stuff. I worked for a channel called Super Deluxe, which was pretty cool. It was like a YouTube channel, did some effects, did some stuff there, and then worked for like a game show company and mostly did their digital stuff and stuff like that. But that's mostly that's the bulk of it. I mean, I've worked on a lot of short films with like film students and stuff. But for instance, insofar as pre-production goes, did you do any scripts breakdowns? Yes, that was like a big part of everything because I used to also work in the art department for making films, and script breakdowns were very 100,000% important. You need to know how many things are in a thing, when the thing is, when you need the thing, when, what day, and what is happening, what potential issues are happening, which is essentially the thought process I bring when I make these artworks. Is I'm like breaking down all the steps in my head and figuring out where it's gonna cause me issues and stuff. So that's generally it. If you have any specific questions, please ask. It's always hard to answer that question in like a concise manner. I've done a lot of stuff. I'm leaving out a bunch of work that I've done, but that's just because it's not coming to mind. Let's add in a foreground element, and that foreground element is just gonna be the thing that she's running on. So she's running on a cube. But yeah, please ask away. Alright, we're gonna add in a cube here. Oh, I forgot to do one thing. We're gonna move this up, and we're also going to set the origin to the 3D cursor. And we'll set this up to like maybe like a 45, maybe like a 30, a 10 degree incline. So -10. We'll do something like that. Rotate it up. We'll put her feet there. And maybe we'll rotate her back, huh? What if we do that? Would that be weird? We'll do something like this, and we'll bring, let's see where her foot hits the ground. Right there. Yeah, I guess that's it. She's doing pretty well there. What art school did you go to? Would you recommend it to others? Right. Are you aware of any tools that can parse film scripts to pre-generated a list of all relevant things in the script? Honestly, that's an excellent idea for a thing, Ferd, because AI is getting to the point that can do that. I don't know if there's an AI that exists, but I bet you if you paired up with an AI person, they can figure out how to make that work. But as far as parsing things out in a pre-generated way, no. I think AI would be the best because it can figure out all the nouns and the objects, and they can make a list, and you can like do it. Oh man, that would be amazing. I did it the old-fashioned way. Well, not old-fashioned. The old-fashioned way is getting a script and getting a highlighter, and then like you highlight it different colors and stuff. But I did the color thing, but I did it like on the computer. And that's how I broke down scripts. And Kelly says, what art school did you go to, and do you recommend it to others? So I didn't go to art school, Kelly. I went to film school, which is a little bit different. Art school kind of teaches you the theory, and like it teaches you the theory, how movies work, how they make you feel, and it could be very, quote unquote, not theoretical, So I went to film school. The film school I went to particularly focused on working in the industry, right? So when there's like two schools, I went to school in Florida. So there's two schools in Florida. There's more, but the ones in Central Florida were Full Sail, right? And then there's Valencia College. Valencia College has a great film program. And the film program there, because I went to Valencia, is mainly to teach you on how to be on set. So like how to set up C-stands and working on set, and being a good PA, and learning, and then also learning about like cameras and all that stuff and the theory behind all that or whatever. And then there's Full Sail that has, I think, a bit of more of technology and stuff, but it's way more expensive, and it teaches you way more theory. So you can, but and I guess I'm biased since I went to Valencia. The issue with Full Sail is that a lot of the theory is cool and all, but there's so many resources online that you can do that on your own, like masterclass, skill shares and all that other stuff, and you can learn all that theory on your own. And that's why I liked Valencia, because they were just trying to get you in a set, or to work, or to like do something and actually be hireable on set. So all of my schooling had nothing to do with 3D or 2D art. I did VFX because that's what people needed in the program, because everybody was doing shorts and everybody needed the film program or whatever. They needed VFX artists. So do I recommend it to others? It depends on your financial standing, where you're at, and it's also a dice roll to know if, it's a good school, right? So if you are 100% that this is a good school, somebody went to it and all that stuff, I get like I don't know, it's, in America especially, school is expensive. So like if you need direction and you need all that stuff, it could be good. It's really hard. I'm not gonna recommend it or not recommend it. It's up to you. It's up to you. Oh yes, Spitfire. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Glad you're here. All right. There we go. I don't know if this should be a little lower. Let's see. Still blocking this out. She's a little bit too far off to the left. Maybe we'll move the camera. Maybe not. Maybe she's good. Maybe less. Maybe less ground. Maybe something like this. Okay. So we got somebody running. We're gonna definitely be adding things that loop to make this look like something cool or something. Like she's running up and there's stuff happening in the background. What's really hard to make it loop is that we're gonna have to make it look like she's moving, but also not moving, since like this is only gonna be like 10 seconds. So let's do a couple things here. Let's set this to 600. There she is running. We're gonna be editing some of that her stuff. I don't like the things in the back there. So do I recommend the film school? For me, it was good because I met the connections, by the way. The whole thing about school is getting connections and stuff. But I taught myself 95% of everything. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the reality of it. You have to be a person who can eventually teach yourself or learn to teach yourself. It's kind of important. And oh yeah, knowing people helps for sure. That's how I got into the stuff. I had a friend who lucked their way into a project, and they were like, "Oh, they need somebody else. I'll recommend you." Blah 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 blah. It's honestly the most important part of going to school is making those lifelong artistic friends. Yeah, uni is only good for one thing: being surrounded by like-minded people and creative folks to riff with. Exactly. And I know I go on a ramble about all this stuff, but when you're doing this stuff on your own, right, not surrounded by like-minded people, there's a lot of people who don't understand what you're doing or don't see your end goal, or they're unconsciously, they're not doing it on purpose, projecting their own insecurities onto you. And if that affects you, like it's like a droplet, right? Like it'll keep dropping on you. If that affects you, it could turn you off from doing stuff just by being surrounded by people who are miserable and they make you miserable. Spitfire says, unless you can afford to go to a really expensive one, Kyle Arts, or yes, that's true, or they cost a fucking and they cost a lot. They cost a lot of money, like a lot, but it is prestigious, right? Like a lot of cartoons I've seen, or people who went to Cal Arts. Funny enough, I think I might make this thinner. All right, this is nice. We're playing with these shapes. They're looking good. So yeah, not only is school expensive, it's like not like there's some things that I guess people really don't say because they forget or whatever about school. On the other side of the coin, there are many self-taught individuals who've done very well for themselves in the business. School isn't always the answer. Absolutely. And that's honestly my answer usually is don't go to school and teach yourself. But I've come throughout years in the past giving that advice. I have to remember that everybody's different, right? And everybody like learns different. And I, from a very young age, taught myself how to teach myself. I used to keep, I used to reflect and think about how I learned something by myself and how I can replicate it all the time. There's a lot of people who have a lot of self-doubt, and don't have the mental muscle to be able to, like not need kind of like a, hey, you're doing good, you know what I mean? Because when you go to school for like 12 years of your life, is you getting a grade from somebody. There's a figure of authority, right, who's like, you're doing good, no, you're doing bad, right? And that's why when a lot of people get out of college, they're like, what do? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing, and blah 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 blah. And it's because you're not, this is like the first time that you are now doing something, and and nobody cares. In a sense, nobody cares, like, if you fail or don't, and nobody can tell you if you're failing or not. You have to like grade yourself, you know what I mean? And that's tough. It can be really tough, for people. And I always have to remember that, because like I said, I'm a person who knows how to teach themselves. But it's definitely a skill that I had to learn. It wasn't innate in me. All right, world. There we go. We got the running. We got more shapes here. Getting a gold star from your teacher can always give you a false sense. And Ferd, it's not even. And I wouldn't even say a false sense. It was just, a false sense of security. If that's what you mean, yes. Like, it's like you rely on it. I would say you rely on doing something and getting the go ahead from somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I did this. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it right? You know what I mean? And it takes practice to do something and not have any input from an outside source, and have the support in yourself to push yourself forward. It can swell in your head only to find out you might get stuck. Yeah, and like I said, and that's not even including the people who are unconsciously putting you down. Like, they don't know that you're putting you down. I want to emphasize, the people who put you down in your life don't know they're doing that to you. And they don't know they're doing that to you, and it's happening to you, and they're shaping your thoughts and stuff. And you have to be able to reflect and be able to separate the two. You know what I mean? It takes, like I said, it takes practice. All of this takes practice. All of it. Every single piece of this takes practice. There are obviously people who are like naturally are inclined to do it, but they are practicing it as well. All right. Went on a whole thing there. Let's see if I can make some progress here. So I got some shapes. I would like to have like a direct line that goes from like down here. So maybe we'll move the camera a bit. Like right there. I like a line that goes up to the top here. More pearls of wisdom from Grease Monkey. Oh, it doesn't feel like wisdom when I'm saying it. It definitely feels like just a lot of telling you all my mistakes, all the stuff that I've thought about for hours and hours about society and life and stuff. Just know that everything takes practice and everything takes time. There's a lot of things I struggle with. Example is these live streams are in itself a struggle, because I want to do an artwork in one sitting, right? And I should be really practicing how to make an artwork and put some time into it. You know what I mean? But it's hard sometimes. I just want to sit down, and by the end of it, I want something. And it's that gratification that I want, and I have to learn to delay that gratification. And that's something that I'm practicing. Barely. Not on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I'm not. But, but I am. On my own. Okay, so this is good. I like it. Let's set up some different colors. Alright, I'm going to use a color, mix RGB. We're going to put this over here. Just so we can always go back to that color. I like to be safe here. Let's set up some different colors here. Look at us gimping your streaming goals. No, my streaming goals is to sit down and have a thing at the end. I'm saying like the stuff I practice outside. What I'm saying is the reason I'm able to do these these streams like this is because I'm very well practiced in sitting down and trying to get something done in one sitting. Yo, the red and black. Yo, that looks sweet. Red and black don't look bad. All right, let's fix it so we can see it though. There it is. Let's bring this up. How far is this cylinder? Let's find out. We're gonna call this spire. 0. We're gonna call this ground. Okay, this spire is in the Y, 18 meters away. Oh nope, that's the scale. It is 16 meters away. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. What? Hold on. What am I looking at? Hold on. Okay, there's the spire. There's the thing. Oh, I'm looking at the dimensions again. Okay, this makes more sense. The spire is 265 meters away. There it is. Okay. So that's good to know because I can use this number, right? And I can put this in the fog, right? What does that look like? Oh, I guess it needs to go further than that. Unless I move the fog controller, let's see. Or scale up the fog controller. Alright, we'll play with that later. Let's put this back to 1,000. 1, 2, 3. So we can see our character here. Yeah, we're definitely gonna take away some of these tendrils here. Alright. I think we're doing alright there. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, so what we need... So I have my shapes. I want a couple more shapes, and I just don't know what those shapes should be. So I'm just going to start adding shapes in the background here to see what is going to work for me. I'm going to hit Shift S, cursor to selected, which will bring my cursor... I'm going to bring it to the bottom of that cylinder so I can make things come from there. So let's add in... let's add in some... Let's go to my asset browser and add in some of the buildings that I already have. Let's add those. I like the cylinder. But let's see if we can do something here. Alright, we're creating a nice little silhouette here. And let's do something to cap off the end here. Maybe we'll rotate this. Okay. All right, we're getting a silhouette over here. Looking cool. Obviously, it doesn't look like there's a lot of movement, but we'll definitely be adding some movement here. A couple things I want to do here. Let's figure out if I can get some more color. That's good. Maybe it shouldn't be yellow, but we're testing stuff out here. Let me do Alt G, Control Y. Okay, and let's try some different colors. Let's try the tried and true color combo of purple. I'm like trying to find it. Like purple and this reddish color. Yeah, if I remember correctly, this should probably be at the vibrance should be at 0.1 for the bottom color, and I should really just change the hue. Yeah, the hue. And then for this one, the vibrance could be a little bit higher. I think probably 0.5. Put the saturation up, and then we'll change the hue on this, and then we'll have to. Oh. I'm not sure what colors, guys. Whoever, if you see a color you like, please say it in the chat, but I'm going to keep messing around with it until I like something. I think this pink and yellow looks like Starburst. You know what I'm saying? Some good old Starburst. Oh, we can get it closer to the colors that it's showing by moving a little further back here. What if I stretch this out too? Yes. Yes, yes. Alright, we'll keep it like this for a while. Kind of like a Starburst color. When it renders, it looks brighter. Look, it plays and it goes darker, and then it stops playing, and then it goes brighter. I'm not sure what that is. Is it the viewport display thing? Yes, it's probably that. Okay. We'll keep that off for now. I don't know what... Let me just render. Let's see what the real color is. Alright, so the real color is like a pink. We got some yellow, we got some orange. It's looking fine. It's looking dandy. Alright, so let's see what other shapes I want here. I like these shapes. Should there be other shapes? Let's think about this. Let's go in. I got my shapes here. We're looking good. Is there something happening in the background? Can I put something bigger even behind these buildings? Let me go into this mode here. And this is like looking ugly. See all these glitches? It's because I'm working with such a big scale that this clip start is at 0.01 and it makes it look ugly. So I put it to 0.1 and that fixes that. That's something they don't tell you in the biz. I'm just kidding. Let's see if we put the monkey really big in the back. Let's see. I just want to see what it looks like if we move it further back. Like if we render that, we can't see it, right? No. Let's move it a little forward. Oh, we're starting to see. There we go. What is happening up in the top left, you think? Is something attacking the building? Should she be on the left and the thing be on the right? Should this whole thing be flipped? Huh? Can I do that easily by doing this? Let's see. Control M, X. Oh, okay, that kind of worked. Should it be more like this? So it's more adversarial. Yeah, I kind of like this. I want something opposing, something large and in charge on the top right. And she's like running towards it. Maybe it's like an all-seeing eye. You know, what is happening up here? I don't know. I don't know. Also, can I duplicate all this? So I'm gonna hit Alt D, duplicate this, bring it further in the back. Have some tentacles reaching from the top right corner. Cthulhu time! I love it. Let's do that. So we're gonna set some buildings further up. Comp-wise works well. Okay. That's what I want. That's why I'm glad Spitfire's here. Giving up them ideas. Alright, this obviously looks duplicated, so let's, I don't know, switch this up. So scale it up. Glad Spitfire is here to help me with these decisions. Okay. Jim, what's a good book on cinematography? That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. I do not read books on cinematography. I watch movies and I take notes. I actually have like a notebook and I write down, you know, what I like and what I don't like. There's plenty of YouTubers out there. Framed Ink. I'm glad he's here. Spitfire. In terms of cinematography, storytelling, and composition. There you go, Kelly. Framed Ink. Spitfire coming in clutch before I'm like, well, I don't know how to read. Oh my god. I also have that book too, which is funny that I just didn't mention that. Framed Ink. That's for like comic books, right? I think I have that. Let me see. Framed Ink. Yes, I've actually checked this book out. If you go to the library, remember libraries? If you go to the library, they're more. They every library I've been to, library. I feel like I'm saying that wrong. Every library I've been to has had that book. It's applicable to comics, boards, and films. Yes. Every library I've been to has had that book. Kelly, check out Framed Ink. That's a good one. And also check, I think he has the person who wrote that book wrote other good books too that would help. But thank you, Spitfire, for chiming in there. I appreciate it. Alright. Still framing up this background here. to look decent. I want to fill up this space a little bit, but I'm looking for some buildings here. Get one of these tall buildings and then squish them down. Yes, yes, yes. Frame ink. Honestly, go to the library, guys. If you guys have access to a library, that is like, I know that I'm like an old person now, but that is paid for by taxes, and it's free. They let you check out. I remember going to the library, and I'm like, how many books can I check out? And they're like, you can check up to 30. And I'm like, 30 books? You allow me to check out 30 books and you just trust me? You just trust me to take these books out and come back? That's how long I haven't been to a library, where a library was like a magical experience all of a sudden at the age of 30. I was just kind of like, whoa. And I can like check these out again? It's way better than buying a crap ton of books. I have bought so many books. And they take up a lot of space. I love the books. But man, when you move, the worst thing to move are the books. The books, your vinyls. Like, it's just heavy stuff. You have like this, it's like you're a sun and you have like these planets of material that you just have to like pay money for. Because if you think about like when you're moving, how much a truck costs to rent, to move, or whatever you're using, and you like divide it by the pounds, most of the price comes from stuff like your books, your vinyls. You know, obviously you'll have one couch, but per square inch, and it takes up space. Like not that books and all that doesn't have utility, but like paying to move your bed and it's really heavy. Like, you sleep in your bed every single day. You know what I mean? I have books on my shelf over there somewhere. I haven't touched in so long, but I'm like, I'm not getting rid of them though. You know? So, that was a little rant on moving. Moving sucks. I hate moving. Okay, we're done. Alright, let's see if I can get one more set of buildings further out. Let's see if they're even lighter back here. We're going to rotate these out entirely. Rotate these 180. And we're going to keep this over here. We'll make them smaller. Look at this illusion I'm creating. It's an illusion. Oh, now it's disappearing. I want to get it just where it barely appears. Oh my god, you still can't see it. There it is. What if I stretch these out? Let's make this guy smaller. There it is. That's kind of cool. Little cotton candy colors over here. Not cotton candy, starburst colors. Alright, I like this color, but let's keep it. Let's go to another one. Let's go to another one. Let's try definitely. We're going to change them every 10 minutes for the clicks. I'm just kidding. But we are changing them every so often. Alright, let's see what we got here. What if we wanted the background to be... Let's do my basic colors again. The bread and butter colors. Oh, they make everything disappear. Oh, it's because I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. I know what's wrong. This has to be darker, right? And this has to be lighter? Oh, could you do Suzanne Cthulhu tentacles off of her face? Oh, we're getting to the tentacles. There we go. I guess the purple's okay. This looks kind of like a muddy color. Alright, we got the classic purple and blue. Alright. Tentacles off the face. Let's see if we could do that. I was thinking laser beams, mostly because they're easier to do within the next 2 hours. But we could do tentacles. Let's see if we could fill out some tentacles here. There should be a add-on just solely for tentacles. Do we have tentacles in this bag of pipes? Let's see. Proxies, deformations, scatter, ivy. Yo, I love adding ivy on stuff with that add-on. Let's see. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see what it looks like. Ivy. Oh, I didn't add it, huh? Now that I want it, it's not gonna have it. All right, we're gonna save. Pearl Jewel Knight. Hello. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Does the ivy not work? Oh my god, the ivy works. It just works right here. Oh, I know why. It's because this goes from the cursor. So let me put the cursor there. And now let's do ivy. Okay. Still not. Oh, we have to make it bigger. There it is. How do you like the latest version of Blender? Interesting question. By latest version, do you mean I'm using 3.12? Or are you talking about the betas and alphas? Because I only work in the stable version. I don't work in the betas or the alphas because I do these streams and I like them to work, and I'm not always testing out new features. I'm not really on the cutting edge of new features, if that's what you're asking. Interesting. Let's see. Let's erase this. But is that what you're asking? I don't know. Let me know. Let's do some pipes. Since you could just draw these pipes on here. The Storyboard 2 was supposed to have the grease pencil shadows, EV reworks, and storyboard thingy, all delayed of the looks of it. Well, there you go. Spitfire. He's always in the cutting edge. He's the one doing it. As for me though, like I said, I usually just try to make the best artwork with the current version that's out. I find that looking for me personally, looking at those new features and always it like hinders me from like making things and makes me make a lot of excuses for making stuff, like, oh, I can't make it because this blah 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 blah. These pipes are kind of cool. Kinda. Maybe we can add in some more pipes here. But yeah, how do I like Blender though? That's a good question. I love Blender. Man, to be a Blender content creator, I have to like just be downloading alphas all the time. People's favorite question is like, what's new in Blender? I want more new things. I stopped modeling. I only geometry nodes now. All right, so I'm adding these pipes to add some interest. I don't know if it's working. Like Does that look good? I don't know. Geonodes made my PC crash. First time it crashed since I've had it. Yeah, it happens. Blender crashes on me for whatever though. It's not even geometry nodes, and it's not like I have a crappy PC. The G shadows are tied into EV rewrite, I believe. The grease pencil shadows. Nice. Alright, let's add in a pipe to this one. Let's see. Can I change some of this stuff here? Let's see. Like, can I erase these lines that are coming from it? The supports? Is that what that is? Yes. Let's take off these supports. But yeah, I love that geometry nodes exist. I'm glad it exists for the people out there that want to use them. The more I use geometry nodes, I like them, and they're very good for everything. Absolutely everything. They are the godsend. If anything, Blender should get rid of everything but geometry nodes. And then it could just be a content creator. I'm just kidding. I'm being a little facetious. But, yeah, the geometry nodes are great. I just do not enjoy learning them. Coming from like a technical background, I'm really tired of being technical. Like, I'm so tired. I used to work in IT. I used to build computers for like industrial machines. So like, if you ever see that show How It's Made, there's like those factory computers. They use like software that's made by like this company called Rockware or Siemens, depending. And I used to fix that. I used to do phone technical support for people and for engineers. So like smart people, not even like people forgetting their passwords. I also did that too. 90% of my life is just super technical. Yeah, all those old machines, 100%. They didn't want to move away from their floppy disk machines. They were so mad when we told them they had to upgrade from their floppy disk drives. And this was like in 2010. You know what I mean? When floppy disks were already a thing in the past. They did not want to change. Don't they still use OS 9 for process control? Yeah, they use 9. They use whatever works. You know what I mean? Some really low version that use like, oh man, it's like insane. How these big old factories, I'm talking about like companies like Mercedes, Procter and Gamble, like these big name companies just using the oldest tech when it comes to their machines and stuff. And it's insane. It's pretty crazy. Okay, I'm losing track here. Let me take a step back and think what I want to do next. Okay, so I have the scene. I got these pipes. I don't like this one, so we're gonna delete it. You look at some of these new Raspberry Pi Picos that are controllers using micro Python. Fascinating stuff. I love Raspberry Pi. Very good. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in some stuff that makes it look like this is moving, like she's moving through the space and stuff, and we're just gonna do that with like little moving assets that are going. Kelly Kelly, you said Grease Monkey. We need more lessons on geometry nodes. I just went on a ramble, Kelly, that I am done. I don't like doing the technical stuff. I just went on it. I'm not gonna do lessons on geometry nodes because I am not good at geometry nodes, and I don't want to spend a lot of time getting good at geometry nodes. I only want to learn the things that I want to do with them, which are, and when I learn to do them, I'm using the tutorials on YouTube of people who are very good at geometry node, like Default Cube or Max Edge. There's a lot of people who do geometry nodes that are really good, really good. Like, I'm not going to be contributing anything to the scene because I'm so far behind on learning geometry node. Gem Gunwan, yeah. So I'm not gonna make geometry node tutorials. And I also went on a ramble just now that I'm done being. I'm really trying to steer away from being a technical person. I really am. I'm trying to get away. People have seen me as an IT technical person for a long time, and it would be very nice to just be looked at one day as like an artist who makes art stuff. That would be nice. That'd be nice to be seen as an artist instead of somebody who can fix somebody's problems, because I've done that. I'm in my 30s. I've done that literally a third of my life, more. So yes, I will not be making grease pen. So that's a long way to tell you, Kelly. I'm not doing lessons on geometry nodes. If you have any questions of what you want to make, I can send you a video. I bet you whatever you ask me on what you want to make in geometry nodes, I can find a YouTube channel and video that addresses that very thing. Okay, let me add in some light posts. Do you think there's some light posts in Bridge? So we're gonna look at Pixel Bridge and see if we can get some light posts here. I miss your sketchy grease pencil stuff. Ferd, I miss it too. So the thing is with this channel, right? I originally wanted to, and this is the trap of making a YouTube channel. This is the trap of, making stuff like this or whatever. So originally when I started this channel, I called myself the Grease Monkey because I wanted to start from the scratch, from learning. It's mostly natural stuff. I thought I saw some light post stuff. Let's see. Assets. Let's do streets. All right, we got some of this stuff. There might be a light post, I hope. Them rocks though. Yeah, so I started this channel, called myself the Grease Monkey because I wanted to use the grease pencil and get better with drawing and stuff. And then when you make a YouTube channel, these chains look nice. Maybe we could put in some parking meters. Would that be a fun thing, like a road going up parking meter? Maybe these rusty metal poles. I guess I could have just done this with the cylinder. I didn't need to like go into Quixel or whatever. Maybe some of these trash cans, these little mailboxes. Maybe these rails. Maybe a rail system would look good. Like she's running up a street and then the poles are going through. Anyway, I made this YouTube channel, called myself the Grease Monkey, because I wanted to be a grease pencil channel. And then, when you get into the mindset of making content and wanting it to be successful, you look at the numbers and you get really caught up in that. That's why you shouldn't look at the numbers, honestly. And I got really caught up in that, and then I started using my technical skill set as a crutch, right, to make content, right? So I already knew how to use Blender in the 3D capacity, and that's the content that I can make the best, right? And I like the dopamine. I like the feel-good feeling of making a good piece of technical content and getting accolades and praise for it and stuff. So I started steering away from doing grease pencil stuff because I felt less confident in it and I wasn't getting as much dopamine. I wasn't getting as much praise for it. And I started relying on my getting into my safe zone. It's really what it is. I went into my safe zone, got and started making, like 3D content And then I started like going adjacent. I'm like, oh, maybe I can make 3D stuff for a 2D artist. So I started working on that, and that's kind of where I'm at now, making this stuff. But boy, do people just respond to my 3D work, and it's very difficult to not want to make something that gets looked at, or make something that somebody gives you praise for. Like right now, 8 people are watching me right now. Am I doing grease pencil stuff? I'm not, but I'm doing 3D stuff, and that's what people love. They like to get in here. They like to see all these sharp colors, and it's like good internet content. And there's actually something to be said about, yeah, particularly my FX shader. My FX shaders is my most watched video. It gets me the most ad revenue and everything, right? And that has nothing to do with grease pencil stuff. You know what I mean? And coincidentally, my FX shaders are the most technical. You look at those node trees, super technical, super in there in the weeds. There's lines everywhere. Like, it's my most technical work, and once again, I'm being praised by a skill that I'm trying to grow from. I'm not trying to abandon my skill. I'm trying to grow from it, and it's very hard. It's almost, and people don't do this on purpose, but it's like the attention keeps you here. You know what I mean? It keeps me making this stuff. Okay, so I might do. I know I've been like chatting away. I might do the meters, or I may just do some cylinders to keep it simple. I can always switch out the cylinders afterwards. So let's do that. Let's work with the cylinders. All that talking and looking just to do that. Okay, so let's make a cylinder right in the center. All right. Anyway, so that's the trouble about making content on the internet, because at the end of the day, you should be somewhat making content not only for you. This is if your goal, this was my goal, is for me to be self-sustaining on my internet adventures, which is these streams, the Patreon, my channel, blah 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 blah. I want to be working for myself, generating my own money, selling my art, selling my things, and whatever. So if you have that goal in mind, it's not a hobby, it's not just something you keep on the side, then you do have to make stuff that people want. You know what I mean? And since we're all impatient, whatever your crutch is, mine being technical, it's very tempting to just do that. You know what I mean? Like a great example is Kelly right now asking me to do more geometry notes. He's not asking me to do grease pencil stuff. He has asked me to do grease pencil stuff. Kelly, if you're still there, I know you have asked me to do that stuff. But it's the technical stuff that people want to do. And you know, this happened, you know what's interesting? This also happened in film school. You know what I mean? Like, the reason people talk to me is because I did effects. You know what I mean? Like, I did something that how do I say this? So anybody can buy a camera. Anybody can buy a $3,000 camera, shoot it, learn the settings, learn that stuff, right? At least to a common person, they can look at it and be like, I could do that. You know, I can buy a camera, shoot something. I could figure out the lenses, you know. I could figure out how to do prop design. I could figure out how to do clothes and stuff. But when it comes to a computer, people shut down. People shut down. And it's a magical thing. It goes from I can do it to that person's a wizard. I've been called a wizard. I've been called magical. You know, I do magic. People don't understand what I'm doing, which is also a reason why it's not as impressive to do 3D, or for a common person, I should say. It's not as impressive to a common casual to see a 3D artwork than it is to see something that's made in like 2D traditional whatever, because they like, oh, look at all that skill and all that stuff, because they have some sort of concept of what you're making. They know that you have to grab a pencil, you have to make a line and make decisions and stuff. When people see computers, they don't know how this works. People who come by here also don't know there's a lot going on under the hood that I know that you don't know that I'm going through in this blender, in this thing. And because of the ignorance to the complexities of 3D, it's a lot harder to be impressed by it. Like, you could be impressed, you're like, wow. But there's something much more grand when the person understands the complexity and they know like what you're doing. It makes it much more grand. You know what I mean? I've shown people my artwork, my stuff, and some people just assume that it gets made in the computer. Like, the computer makes the decisions. They made the things. They don't get it. You know what I mean? So anyway, let's go to Y. And we'll bring this -10 because I remember I did that. And let's bring these poles down. Maybe we'll make them small. We can always replace this later. Right here. Let's do a number. Let's do a number that's like even, just so I know what's happening here. Actually, I might do a follow track. Okay. I think you should not completely close the door on doing GeoNodes tutorials. It might become your bread and butter in the future. Kelly, I don't think you're listening. Kelly, I don't think you're listening. I don't want to do more and more and more technical stuff. That's not gonna help me grow because I know I can get good at geometry nodes. And I know I can really do it. You know what I mean? And I know that I can like do that technical stuff. I've done technical stuff for most of my life. I am trying to now do purely theory and artistic stuff and tell stories, and that's what I want to do. It could definitely be my bread and butter, but I don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? You know what could be bread and butter? Becoming a doctor, becoming a lawyer. But if you don't like doing those things, it's kind of silly to do. So you're not wrong, and I'm not necessarily closing the door on geometry nodes, but it's way down the list. Way down the list. And I was like more nice about it in the past, but now the more and more I get further along, no, I don't want to be a geometry nodes channel, because let's say it is my bread and butter, I no longer like my channel, because that's not the channel that I want to make. You know what I mean? All right, let's make a curve that's straight. It's like a path, and then that's how we're gonna loop this and loop it perfectly. Let's do a couple things here. Let's make this an even size. So this is how we're gonna do the looping here. But yes, Kelly, it could be my bread and butter, but I hope you're listening. I don't want to do technical stuff. And I'll say it again, I don't want to do technical stuff. As my main channel, I am always doing technical stuff in Blender. I just don't want to do it. Doing my whole life, been fixing computers, been building computers, been doing the nitty gritty for like so long. Oh my god, so long. Over about like 15 years. It's insane. All right, so I'm gonna make this ground. We're gonna keep it the same, and we're gonna make a path on the ground. And we're going to put the cursor on it. And we're going to make a path. This is the path we're going to use. It's a NURB. I don't know. Could we use that for the follow path? So we're going to dissolve these here. Dissolve these vertices. And we're going to move some of these. We're going to move them right along the plane here. So we're going to put the cursor there. In edit mode, selection to cursor. We'll select that edge there, cursor to selected, and we'll select this edge. Selection to cursor. There we go. Alright, so now I know it's right along the bus. I think you combine the two eventually. Well, Kelly, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not. I'm not going to. I'm not going to, Kelly. All right, we're gonna make a path. All right, and then we're gonna put a modifier, the follow curve, or is it a constraint? It's always what I'm trying to figure out here. Curves. Oh, here it is. What's weird is that it's not lining up here. Hold on. Okay, cool. So we got this going. So let's put this the right way here. And we're only moving this cylinder. We'll call this like street bumps. Kelly, I know you're trying to be motivating, and I really appreciate it. You're saying you can find the right balance, but what I am telling you right now is that that's not the direction I'm going, and that's it. You know what I mean? It's not like I have self-consciousness. Where like I don't know if I can find the right balance. No, I'm telling you right now, Kelly, that is not what I'm doing. That is it. I'm not doing that. All right, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna zoom in on this, and we're gonna add in some more here. And this is how we're gonna do a loop. Let's see how fast we can do it. I'm gonna have to eyeball this. I can't use like my maths. We're gonna eyeball it. So I have this here. I'm gonna put this at the beginning. And I'm also going to move the bump. Where is the bump? Here it is. All right, I'm going to make it so it touches just the edge, just perfectly. And that's how I'm going to measure it. Because I am on a lot of Patreons. Then yeah, it's great that you support Kelly. It's really nice. And I'm sure you're following some people who do way better geometry notes. Like I can promise you that you probably on somebody's Patreon who does such good geometry notes that you could just rely on them. All right, so we have the X here. We have a bunch of things. Let's see if we can move this along the X and match it perfectly. So let's put in on the street bump a keyframe. We'll go to 30 frames. Let's go to 30. And we're going to move this along the X until the next one comes. Here it is. Let's see if that... Alright, we're matched up here. We'll hit I. We'll go into our dope sheet. No, our graph editor. We'll make sure this is linear. We'll go to the X, and then we'll add a modifier called cyclic. Alright, now let's see what this looks like. Okay. There we go. So, it looks like she's running really slow. And it also doesn't look like it loops perfectly all the way. So let's move this keyframe on the Y 30. Nope, on the X 30. Nope. Let's do 15 here. 15. That feels about right. Does 15 not go into 600 perfectly? There's something weird here. Yeah, it goes in 40 times. I don't understand why it's not going perfectly in here. 15. 30. What is happening? It's like losing a frame? This is the stuff that drives me nuts. Alright, we can actually lower the arrays here. Kelly Johnson, none of them have your electric tune style that you use. Well, and this is the learning thing, Kelly. Then what you have to do is you have to get what you like from me, and then get what you like from them, and then combine that information together. That's the only way that you're gonna get what you want. You gotta combine the different things from different people and put them together, because you know why, like you're here, and then you're saying like, oh, you should do geometry nodes, but are you on their channel telling them that they should do electric tune shaders? Like, are you telling them, the geometry node people, like, you should be doing electric tune shaders? This is what you should be doing. Are you doing that to them, or are you doing it? Are you doing it to both of us, or are you doing it to them? Because see, that's the whole thing. We're different people, and you're gonna have to combine the things and put them together yourself. You know what I mean? There's something weird with the cycle where it loses a frame. I have no idea what's happening. Should it start at 1? Should this start at 0? Hold on. Oh yeah, I guess that's what happens. We just have to start at 0. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Okay, cool. We have our street bump path. Spitfire said 0? Yes, you are correct. That was the issue. Okay, what's cool about this, right, is that now that this is set up, I can always go back in here, and since this is a modifier, I can always, you know, make these bigger if I needed to. Make them taller, and then they'll work the same way. I can also add something in there, and it should be working fine, right? Like, this is good. Maybe I can just make them a little taller. You know, cut it here. You know, maybe this will just be temporary. We can change these out. Oh, that could be an issue. We don't want it to get bigger than what it is, so we'll keep it on the smaller end here. You know, oh shit. Oh, I have proportional editing on? Jeez. Hope that doesn't affect anything. Okay, so that's working. Should there be a second one? Maybe these should be lit up. Would that be cool? That could be cool. Let's actually do that real quick. Street bump base. Emissions. We'll make this an emissions. Lightning Boy does Toon Shader, but they don't have a Patreon. There we go. And we can add in some color there. I wonder if we add in bloom. Enar, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Alright, so we have those lit up. That's maybe temporary. We're gonna... Let's duplicate these. Oh, I see what's happening. I'm gonna duplicate both of these. This street bump needs to change here. Oh, I see what's happening. So this street bump has a keyframe. Let's erase it from the Y, because nothing's happening on the Y. Oops. So we'll clear a single keyframe, and then we can bring this back, right? We'll bring it back the same distance as this. There we go. Okay. This obviously doesn't look correct, but I was just curious to see if we can lower them now. Oh, do I have to also... Okay, hold on. Clear keyframes. Should we like barely be able to see them? Maybe something like this. Also, it doesn't look like it's reaching all the way, is it? Oh, it is. It's just becoming near almost invisible by the time they get to the bottom. Not sure if that looks great. All right, we're gonna combine these into street bumps 000. And we'll do that the same with this one. The street bumps 001. There we go. Oh, the irony. So let's put this as 002 for a second. Put this one 001. Put this as 000 just to match the rest of them. There we go. And we're gonna combine. At the moment, the feet are stepping on the smaller ones. Looks like she's pushing them down as she steps on them. Good catch. We will fix that. I thought they looked a little weird. Street bumps. I may just get rid of them, honestly, because you're not wrong. Let's see. maybe we can, let's go back to frame 1. See the keyframe here. Let's zoom in. And let's also isolate it, just so we see it there. And we're gonna match this up the same way. I need something to really match it up here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to put in a empty. This is just for reference for me. And we're gonna set it. And what I'm looking at is the origin. So this line in the center has to match up, right? All right, so we got it. Frame 1. Let's set it up so it goes in the middle here. All right, so let's insert keyframe. Oh, replace single keyframe. All right, we will set up our null again. I'm just using just this for reference. Selection the cursor. All right, here it is. What I'm looking at is this white line here that matches up with this line perfectly. So then now on the next frame, we're going to erase the keyframe. So delete single keyframe. Oh, wait, where was it at? It was at 15, right? Okay, cool. Erase single keyframe. See, looping stuff is always a hassle. Okay, so we're at 15. We got our object of reference here, and we're gonna eyeball it again. And we're gonna move. Nope, wrong thing. We're gonna move this guy. So it matches up. I can't even zoom anymore. It's kind of crazy. There we go. And we're going to go insert keyframe, single keyframe. Oh, this is going really fast. Oh no. I did a boo-boo. All right, let's go back. Sorry, guys. The issue is this is a link duplicate, and this is the issues with link duplicates, is that I changed that and I changed the first one. So that's what we have to fix now. To change that, it's this street bump inside the properties panels here. We'll do street bump there. Actually, we'll name it this. We'll name it this. And then this one, we're going to click on this too, and that should make this the first one. There it is. Now these are two separate entities that I can affect without creating a giant issue here. Okay, so I'm going to do this again. All right, so we're going to go to 15. Erase the keyframe. Delete single keyframe. Go back to the first keyframe, which is on 0. We're going to zoom in on the camera. We're going to displace this guy since it's using the path. So it's in an aesthetically pleasing spot, maybe like right in the center. And when I say center, I mean like it's like in the center here. We're kind of missing it. So let me put it somewhere aesthetically pleasing, like right here, right? Let's do play single keyframe. Oh my goodness. Adding the second thing is causing me more issue than what it's worth. Alright, so it looks like these keyframes are attached to the same action. So I'm going to right click it. You see it's called Street Bump 000 action. The same animation is on both. It's kind of insane. I guess everything's linked. So I'm going to make local. So you just right click it, make local. Right? That should help. Make single user. There it is. Alright. Now, see how many issues that can come up like in like this real, what should be a simple thing? It's like insane. So many little technical things. They're so annoying. Okay, so we're going to go back. Erase the single free keyframe. Delete single keyframe. This reminds me a lot of Coffee Run. Oh yeah! Coffee Run's so good. If anybody doesn't know in the chat, Coffee Run's like an animation. I think Blender, they made it, right? Like the institute, the foundation. Alright, I'm going to be in the center here. Place single keyframe. We'll go to 15. Alright. Now let's match this up. Okay, here we go. I'm going to move this here. Cursor to selected. Oh. Selection of cursor. We're going to move this so it lines up. So I'm looking at the end of this little line here. It's a clever piece. It is. Alright, here we go. We're on 15. We're going to slowly move it to the next one. Line it up. There it is. Insert keyframe. Okay, this should go. Alright, I think we matched it up. I think we're good now. So much of a hassle, guys. Okay. It's going slow. Let me put the speed up here. It's only going half speed. This is very interesting. Really fun to learn through you. Maybe the other way around, it would be a place the character steps on land in the middle instead. Not sure though. Yeah, unfortunately, since you were right. I didn't like it stepping on the thing, but since that took so long, and right now I'm at 2 hours streaming, I feel like there's still much to do, so I'm gonna skip over it. It looks like every footland, it goes behind the pole. I don't know if that's a good thing artistically, but that's what's happening right now. Okay, so we got some movement there. Let's see if we can get some foreground movement. Can we get something that repeats the same way? Like, what would be in the foreground? Would it be like buildings? Maybe we'll do a building. Maybe we could do some motion blur. So that's going. We're moving up. We'll do a camera move. The background can't move, so this is why it's kind of a bit of an illusion here. So let's center our thing. Let's go back into our regular mode. We'll put this in the render mode for you to see it while we do this. I'm going to center this. Give a little movement there. Maybe I'll do some movement further in the back too. I don't know. Let's do the front. I'm getting ahead of myself. Where's the camera? Here it is. We're gonna zoom in the camera. We're gonna put the cursor there. And we're gonna let's do a building first. See if that's any good. Because you really can't tell what it's gonna be because it's gonna be moving so quickly. So we'll do like this thin little building here, and we'll move it in front of the camera. We'll shrink it down. We'll bring it down here. Should the building have some more interest to it? Oh, I guess something like this. That kind of breaks it down a bit. Alright, I think we'll just use one building and maybe we'll get it up. Should we get it closer? Should it be smaller? Probably up close, right? Like maybe up here. Alright, we're doing the same thing. We're gonna make a path. So let's do the path down here. Let me see if all my stuff's organized, by the way. Let's get all these buildings in the same. This is very important, guys. Organize your stuff. Let me get all these in the same collection. We'll call these buildings. Good stuff. Put the building in there. Suzanne's just there as temporary. This collection is gonna go out, but this is gonna be runner. That's where the runner's at. This cylinder is what? What is this cylinder? Oh, this was like in the beginning. We don't need that anymore. Alright, cool. So we have our runner in there. We have our buildings. We have our street bumps. We have the bag of pipe stuff. The world. The ground and the spire. What are the spires? Oh, that goes in the buildings. So we'll put that into buildings. We'll do the world. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're all organized. Super important, guys. Never forget it. In this collection, could be called utility. Utility. Okay, we got our running. Now we're doing the front running. We're going to be doing the same thing, right? We're going to go up in front. We're going to make a path. And it's under curves, paths. Boom, beautiful. There's 3 dots in the middle. Don't like them. We'll hit dissolve. We'll get these. And we'll make it larger. We're just going to bring it up. Since I have it lined up right with the building, it's exactly where I need it to be. So let's move it on the x-axis right here. I have it tilted in a way where I can see the part breaking. So now for the building, add in a curved form. Nope. What did I have on the other one? Sorry, I forgot what I put. The modifier is... Oh, it's not a... Wait, where is it? It is a curve. It is a curved form. Okay, so let's go back. Where the heck is my building? There it is. No. There it is. I'm working on such a big scale here. Okay, so I'm going to put both of these guys in their own collection. We're going to call it FG, foreground. And we'll call this FG path. And then we'll call this FG building, just so we know. Beautiful. Now put the modifier. We'll put curve and we'll put FG path. See, it's good that you named it. There it is. It's on the end there, but now we can go to our building and we can just control it on the x-axis. For some reason, hold on, before we do this, let me... Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I'm getting too picky here. Okay, so we're gonna now we just have to move it on the X. And I did it this way because I could have just keyframed it, but now I can control it if I wanted to move in a different angle, or if I want to change it or something, it'll be easier to change. Doesn't matter. I did it this way. So I'm gonna do it here. We'll do I. Oh, nope, let's not do I. Let's do insert single keyframe just on the X. But make sure you're on the first frame, or really the 0 frame, because I guess that's the issue I got going on here. Insert single keyframe. We'll go to the 15. and we'll bring it past right about there. Single keyframe. We'll go into the graph editor. That X location, put a modifier on it, and put cycle. And now it'll cycle forever, and it should line up perfectly at the end here, right? Yeah, it does. I don't know if that's good, if it's too slow. If I need to put it slower, then all I need to do is oops. All I need to do is zoom up on this guy, and then move him 15 increments of 15, since I'm doing 660 frames a second. So grab by the X 15. That should have added it to the 30 frame. It did, and now it's a little bit slower. I don't know if I like that, but what we'll do is we'll get our character. Where's our character? There she is. We'll put a cursor, our cursor there, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna put an empty. That's not what I wanted. I wanted an empty circle. Grab the circle here, and we're gonna put this empty that we can see here. We're gonna put it into utility. And then we're gonna call this cam focus. And then we're gonna add in depth of field and see if that makes the foreground element a little better. I mean, it makes also the background blurry, so I don't know if that's any good. It does make it a little better. Like, I don't know if that's any good. I don't know. Alright, let's look at the building. If we did like an array on this beforehand. Oh, it doesn't even work. I gotta go. Great streaming. Catch you Tuesday. See ya, Evelyn. See you Tuesday. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for hanging. Alright. Like, maybe these elements, instead of being like taking up the whole screen, maybe they should take up just the bottom of the screen. Huh. I don't know. Should it be bigger? Should there be more things? Would it help to have some more details on the buildings in front? It might add to something, even though they're blurred, maybe on the rooftops. Oh, for sure. We're definitely gonna add in some like more glowing bits back there and stuff. I guess I was trying to figure out this foreground element on how to make it look looping. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna add in more stuff in the back. There's gonna be tentacles, all that stuff. It's coming. It's coming. Definitely coming. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually extend this to go even further. So let's go all the way to the end. Replace single keyframe. And then I'm going to move this keyframe at 30, right? That's the keyframe we're at. And we're going to move it on the X 30 frames. So now we're at 60 frames. Okay, and then we're going to do a couple things here. We're going to scale this up. And yeah, I may abandon this, but we'll see. We'll go back to the beginning. Alright, so I'm going to add in a second building here. Maybe like something more squat. So we'll add this. Scale it down. I'm going to combine these. I'm going to select this. What an insane model. Alright, we're going to select all of it. Alright, we're going to rotate this guy. Put him back here. Alright. Alright, we're gonna move on to the background. I'm not sure how I feel about any of this. It's not going full frame, like full speed. Like, let's go full speed, right? Like, the full render time is this fast. Okay. Alright, let's go back to our rendered. Alright, so let's start adding some stuff in the background, maybe adding some life back there. Let's see what would be some good life-giving blood. Some blood that we can put back there. I love the tentacles. We can always make a new material on here. Because if we got Suzanne's eyes, we can make them glow. Ah! Suzanne is watching. Let's see. Suzanne wants to know what you're doing. Looks crazy. There should be like laser beams. Should be like a spotlight. Maybe we can make spotlights coming out of this. Yeah, we'll do that. Maybe. We can make the eyes a certain color to match. Purple. Alright, Suzanne's still a placeholder. We'll do something, but let's see if we can add little details here and there. Alright, let's add details on this building. And I'm going to do it some simple ways, like you know, adding some streaks, Maybe that's cool. Let's see if we can add a better streak here. Okay, let's actually play with the tune shader I made. Let's go to the asset browser. Let's throw in the tune shader, see what this looks like real quick. Love the eyes. It is coming. She is coming to get you. Suzanne knows all. Laser beams? That's what I was thinking, because it would be easier for the stream than the tentacles. Alright, let's set this to smooth. Put some normals on there. Got some gradients going as usual. Let's see if we can figure out a color that works over here. Maybe it's a little too dark. Maybe we'll have to bring the gamma down. The gamma. Maybe it's too bright. Alright. Let's see if we can put a color here. We'll call this building tune building 000 for now, so we can figure out what to play with back here. Maybe we'll put the value up like that, huh? It's funny that emissions is up. Oh my god. It's looking ridiculous. Like these buildings are taking over. I do like this look though, a lot. Like maybe it should be emissions. We'll keep it low key for now. We'll keep it real low key. But I do like the gradient I got going on. Very cool. Keep it as is. we're not gonna do that. There we go. All right. So let's make these buildings a shiny, except for this guy in the back. What is he doing? We gotta get this guy out of here. There's 2 buildings happening. Oh, there's 3. One you can't even see back there. We'll get this guy, and we will make sure that we are duplicating it so it can be its own thing, and we'll put this back to base. There we go. There we go. We're just gonna make these front ones shiny. Maybe we'll put in a texture to make it look good. But I do like the gradient we got going on. Fun stuff. Alright, let's keep adding some colors to these buildings. Let's go on to building 000. Let's add it on to all of them. So, tune building. And we'll add it to these as well. Alright, so these back ones, these guys, they all have to stop. They all have to stop trying to shine here. So we'll do that. Base. This guy. Base. This guy in the back here. This guy. Base. This guy. Bam. Base. Oh, they're everywhere. There we go. Alright, cool. So now let's do these individual buildings and really start figuring out what we could do here. But this, it's looking pretty rad. Boom, 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 boom. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so let's do this building. Let's hit the little key here and let's just start fiddling around with these settings. We won't change the colors too much. We'll just change kind of like where these highlights. Maybe you already have it and you probably don't want to have any external help, but I'll throw in here anyway. I have a geometry node for tentacles if you want to test it in the scene. No, we're going. Thank you. I really do appreciate it, Enar. But no, we're gonna go with lasers. Gots to go. Spitfire, take care. I'll see ya. Hope everything is going well with you, and I'll see you next time. We're just trying to figure out what the best direction is here. The tune shader here. Fortunately, these are so bright. I wish I can... I guess we could make them darker here. Alright, so I like kind of how this is going. just to see if this turned into a toon building, would that look any different? No, we don't like that. Alright, now I'm gonna add in, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add in a texture to this guy right here. Okay, so a texture I want to add to this particular building. Oh, this one. If I add in a Fresnel, let's see what that looks like. Okay, that's what that is. Okay. Alright, we're going to keep Fresnels off. And we're going to figure out if adding a texture would add to this. Let's go to images. Let's do a texture image. I got some assets here. Let's see what I have. I have like bark and stuff. Let's see. I've collected these from so many years ago. I just want to see if they'll do any good breaking up this texture here. I can't even see them. They're not even loading fast enough. Let's just pick one. Paint. 05. Alright. So the image texture I'm going to do is this one. And we're going to put this here. Alright, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do it that way. What we're going to do is we're going to mix the texture. So let's bring this. We'll bring in a color. Mix RGB. Put that there. Alright, let's see if I think add, multiply. Let's do multiply. Let's see what this looks like. Doesn't do anything. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna select it. And I'm gonna hit U, and I'm gonna do cube projection. Alright, it's using UVs. I was hoping this added something to it, but it does not. How about add? Alright, let's figure out what this paint even looks like. Hold on. Image editor. Oh, it just looks like creases. Alright, so instead of just doing a paint, let's do something I know. Let's do Verone. Texture, Verone. It's definitely not acting the way that I am expecting it to. I wonder if it has to do with any of this stuff. I'm just trying to break up these hard colors. I do like the colors though, but I'm trying to break them up. Oh, this is why. I think that's why. Sometimes like the nodes connects itself where it thinks it wants to. correct. Let's take this off. Okay, now it's acting in a way that I thought it would be working. Okay, okay. How about let's do constant? Alright, let's do a mapping on this. Vector mapping. And let's do another one of these. Except we're gonna do generated. There we go, and then we can stretch these out how we want. Alright, let's add less. Alright, let's definitely add. Okay. Alright, we're still playing around with some of this stuff, these colors. Still trying to figure out what some good colors are here. Alright. There's a couple things I want to fix here, like these antennas. So these guys, I'm gonna make a second shader. Well, I'm not gonna make it, but it's gonna be the Toon Shader 2. Let me get rid of them on the antenna there. I actually might get rid of the antenna. Let's see, would that be good? Maybe. We'll leave the antenna for now. Alright, and then for this building here, I think it's good, but I like the gradient that we have going on. So I'm going to erase this. Unless the normals are miscalculated, and that's what's happening. Let's see, calculate outside. Yeah, we're gonna just erase this guy. And we're gonna just duplicate these guys and just squish them down so they work. Can't even tell I'm squishing them. We'll rotate them so they look like we're doing something different here. And then we'll change the lighting for the texture so we can see it more on the back, the lights. Let's see. Hold on. We're gonna have to, we'll call this city toon building. We'll call it with lights. Okay, and then we will duplicate it on this guy. So then we can change just this one. Have kind of like a dark side there going. Okay, alright. Good stuff. Not to match the background a little better, the blue's okay. Let's go back to our world. Then we'll start adding lasers. Alright, let's see if we add this color. Super bright. Not good. Let's go back to this color. This green is what we need to change. The red looks pretty good. Let me save it. Not save it, but stop it. There we go. Alright, so blue looks okay. The red looks good. It's like evil. We'll have to bring down the luminance of this, guys, but this is looking alright. Yellow's alright too, right? But yeah, this brightness is like intense. So much bloom. We gotta fix that. Let's do red for right now. And let's desaturate it a bit. And now let's bring down the luminance of these really bright tune shaders. And it's these guys we're trying to fix. Actually, what is making him so strong? Huh. Hold on. Now I'm trying to figure out the setting that's... Maybe it's... I don't want to... I think it's the blue. But let me make sure I'm at the right one. This guy? Could be the blue. There it is. So we'll bring down the values. We'll bring it down to 1. Nope, about 1.5. We'll do the same thing here. 1.5. This guy needs to just tone it down. Maybe 1.5 as well. Like if we render this, let's see. There's like this giant tube here. We gotta get rid of that. Let's get rid of that tube. Where is that tube coming from? Is it a bag of pipes? What is that? It's insane. I'm gonna do Alt H. That should unhide everything. Alt H. H. So weird, when I hit render, there's like this giant tube here. Oh my god, what is that? I think it's coming from back here. I think it's this guy. Let's erase the tubes. Let's erase all the bag of pipe stuff for right now. Yep, that's what it was. Alright, for the eyes, let's make them red. Or white, maybe? Something like that. Something more of a highlight. And then we'll start making sense of what that's gonna be. I want to do a couple things. I love the gradient here, but I wish it to extend a little more. So let's do that. Oh, we can even add different colors here. If we added in some reds and some purples. All right, let's figure out the gradient here, and if we can make it look nicer. And where's that gradient coming from? It's probably the toon shader. I'm gonna have to dive in. All right, let's dive in. We can make them even some more interesting pink colors. We can make them red. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if we can go into the toon shader and figure out if one of these affects my gradient. Obviously, I could try to figure out where exactly. There it is. Here's my gradient. So now when I render, let's see what this looks like. Cool. Alright, there's a couple issues I already see, but I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna have to kind of get over it and move forward. I'm almost at 3 hours. This one's probably gonna be a 4 hour. So let me just start calling some things. So I'm gonna shifty this, and I'm gonna make these guys taller, but also further away. So maybe they're back here somewhere. Rotate them like this. Alright, I'll rotate these. Get this, guys. A little gap there so we can see those. And these back here. Maybe we could just make a little taller. Kind of really encroach on that space there. All right. Pretty cool laser beam we got going on here. Let's see if we could do some more tweaking here. Maybe we'll light her up so she's perfectly in the center there. Should we do the highlight bigger? Maybe she encompasses the whole thing. Here we go. Alright, I'm gonna try one last thing to break up this thing that she's being highlighted from by adding in a wave texture to the texture itself. So let's do that. Let's add in a texture. We'll do a wave texture. We'll hit Control T on this guy. That's all good. We'll hit a mix RGB. Do this. We'll do add. And then we will take it off light, and we'll put the light here. Okay, cool. So that's breaking it up a bit for me, which I think is kind of cool, but maybe too much. Should it be horizontal? Should it be on the Y? Looks cool if we animated this, like boom. Maybe the Z. So if we do the Z, it'll be pretty cool. We can shift it. Maybe it should just be really thin. Like, super thin. Like, what if we did it like squished? Alright, let's do an invert on the color. Oh, it really doesn't do much here. Doesn't really invert. Oh, it does. It does. Okay. So instead of sign, let's do triangle. Kind of gives me a sharper. No distortion. A lot of interesting designs we could do on this thing, which is kind of interesting. But I think I just want lines. So let's go back. See what that looks like. We could even add in some of this stuff too. Let's see. Some of the, like the windows. So let's do an add. Do one of these. Now let's see what this looks like with some windows. Kind of cool. So we're gonna give it its own thing here. Let's move it so it looks better. Okay. I think we're decent on that. Oh, how much time I got left? All right, 3 hours. All right, this is gonna be the wrap up stage here for this next hour. Let's do a save. Let's do a external automatically and then recursive delete so we can delete some unnecessary stuff we're not using. This is looping pretty well. We'll eventually add in the gentle camera swaying and stuff. It'd be nice to make the city feel a little bit more alive. Maybe like some things flying around back there, but I'm not sure since we only have an hour left. Maybe the main guy could be. It could be the lasers and stuff back here. That could be the main show. Let's see. So let's build out a couple things that I'm gonna need for this situation. Let's build out a quick laser. Honestly, I have some assets here I could probably use. I got some energy FX assets, if you've ever heard of them. They could probably work pretty well. So maybe we could try some of those. But before we get into that, let me build out the structures I need. So let's start from the get-go. Let's do a cylinder. We're going to isolate it. And we're going to build out what we need here. Grab one. We're going to put the origin to the 3D cursor. We're going to do lights. We're going to do rays. We're going to call it rays. Excuse me. Okay, and then we're going to go to the object here. We're going to add an emission shader. It's glowing on my main screen here. It's not glowing here. Oh, there it is. I wonder why it doesn't want to glow when I look front on it. Maybe it's the world settings or something. Alright, we got that going. Now we need a shader. We need a mix shader. We're going to mix it with the transparency. Transparent. Beautiful. Then we're going to go into the settings. We're going to make sure that blend mode is alpha blend and shadow mode is none. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add in a texture. We're going to do a gradient texture. This is what's going to make it a gradient. It's going to go from emissions to transparency. That's how we're going to add in a little bit of a fade out there. Well, Control T, that'll add in all the necessary stuff that we need. We'll add in a color ramp so we can control the gradients. So let's put that there, and then we'll put that in the factor. Great, you can see that it's fading out at the top right, so we're going to make sure that we go on the Y, we rotate it by the 90, and then on the x-axis, we have a little bit of a gradient there. It looks like we have a backface culling, right? Is that what we have on? Let's take off show backface. just so we see the front of this gradient here. And now you can see it's better if we put B-spline. It'll look better. It'll fade out better, I think. But we'll have to set this up so... Hold on. Maybe don't set it to B-splines. Just set it to linear. That'll set you up a little bit better there. We can stretch out on the z-axis scale here, the gradient. Then we can lower this like this. Maybe stretch it out a little bit more. There we go. Because we can control everything with the intensity of this light here. This can obviously be whatever color. We're gonna put in like a maybe yellow for right now. You know, we'll see how good that looks. Okay. And then we'll put on back face culling again. No, show back faces again. And then we're gonna erase a couple faces here. We'll erase the front face here. So X face on that one, and then we'll do the same thing, X face on that one. So now we have kind of like a gradiated thing here. Oopsies, I did it in the wrong place. Hold on. Okay, let's do it while it's upright. Face there, and then we'll do face there. Now we're looking at it. We can see the inside. We'll hit show back face so we can see all the way through it. Yeah, now we can control it by, like, you know, setting up you know, a thing like this. But before we do that, let's see if we could break up the top half so it kind of adds a little bit of just variance up there, and we do that with mixing these guys. So this is a gradient texture, and then we're gonna see about duplicating this, and instead of the gradient we'll do Musgrave down here, and we'll do a, how do you say, a mix RGB, and we'll hope that we can figure this out in a decent amount of time. We'll hit mix, and then we'll do add. Let's see, add. Okay, so kind of add invariant. Should it be multiply? Alright, we're gonna reset some of this stuff. Put this to 0. Don't put this to 0. Don't put this to 1. We're seeing it here. It looks kind of splotchy and stuff, but we'll scale it up. I always try to figure out which is the best way to do this. I know the combination matters here sometimes, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Multiply, let's do add again. I mean, it looks cool, right? Like, this was like a, you know, something. But it's not. Let's go. So this white, let's do subtract. Oh, do we still have our top half here? What is this? Why can't I see through it? It's kind of interesting. Clamp. Alright, let's go back. We may have to abandon the adding the variance due to time constraints. Like I think maybe I need to double up. Hold on. Let me just make sure I'm not doing it wrong. There we go. Alright, we're banning this real quick. We're not banning it. We're just gonna just do the normal, no variance gradients right here. And we'll figure the rest out later. Okay, so we have our piece. Let's go back to this mode. Let's unisolate this. I have the cylinder selected. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select one of the eyeballs. The point here, we'll do cursor to selected, and I'm going to do selection to cursor when I have this selected here. Alright, I do, so selection to cursor, there it is. We're going to rotate this the right way. We're going to scale it up. We're going to scale it on the Z. Go to line modes like this. Let's see what this looks like. Alright, it looks okay, so let's fix it by adding some stuff here. Maybe we'll fix it by actually putting it in here, like in the piece. GM, how have you developed this electric shader look? You keep saying electric shader. I'm not sure what that means. Do you just mean very colorful? Is that what you mean? How did I develop a very colorful look? Alright, we're gonna match it kind of with the background. There we go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select the ring here. Go to whatever mode. What's it called? The vertex mode. Go to selection and do select random. Deselect. There you go. And then we're going to hit G on some of these. And maybe this is how we do it. But Kelly, how did I develop this electric look? Electric look. I just use a lot of colors? Is that what? I don't know how to answer that question, I guess. I use a lot of colors. I use saturated colors. If you could be more specific with the question, I think I can understand it. But if you're asking how I developed it, is that I played with colors. I like colorful things. And eventually it worked. Alright, let's see if we can do that. Align with rotation. Closest, okay. Why isn't this working? Snap to the center. Alright, let's parent these eye things to Suzanne. Make sure that they're in the same place. Now let's see what this looks like. This looks pretty funny. I think what I could do with this is I could put cylinder on here. And now whatever I do to these changes will do the same, right? Yes. I meant it has a very colorful style. I mean, it has a very colorful vector style. Yes, it does. Once again, I don't know what the question is. I wanted to make a very colorful piece, so I figured out how to add more colors. Like the background of stylized webcomics. Yeah, I like those type of stylized colors, and I like the colors. So I had a goal in mind, and then I tried to accomplish that goal by making very colorful pieces. And then that's what I did. I just played with colors as much as I could. Alright, I have like these laser beam, not laser beam, but spotlight eyes. How are you so good at shaders? I look up shader tutorials from different people on Blender. I practice. I read up on how a shader works. I look at other media like shaders in Unity, shaders in Unreal, shaders in, other things. I looked up the theory on how shaders work, why they work, what's good about them. I download people's shaders and I look at them and I try to figure out what they do. If I don't understand a shader node, I look it up in the manual. In the Blender manual, I figure out what that shader does. I look for it, and that's basically it. Jiraj, how's it going? Also, these lines are. Let me fix this. And we look at it from the right and rotate this the correct way. And then do these two. Thank you, Jiraj. Good to see ya. It just became this way. It was not looking too great the whole time, but Kelly, I hope that answers your questions. I do a lot of research. I read up on things. I like reading about them. I like to learn the technical. What you're trying to learn, right? What you're trying to learn when it comes to shaders and all this stuff is a very technical thing. So that you have to, you don't have to, by the way. You could just mess around with nodes. So if you want to do it the non-reading, the non-technical, like not knowing, you don't want to learn any of this like mumbo jumbo, literally play with every single node, download other people's stuff, take stuff that you like from those nodes, put them into other things, and just start connecting dots. You don't have to understand how everything works, and just keep playing around for hours and hours on end. That's what I did. Hours and hours and hours I have spent to be able to perform for you in 4 hours. So I'm making it look easy in 4 hours, but this is all a combination of learning everything for years. I'm talking about like 3-4 years to be able to do what essentially I would consider this a performance. You know what I mean? Because I'm doing everything I'm doing is very safe. Like I know what I can accomplish. I'm not trying anything. I'm not trying to learn anything new and anything like that. Would the amount of time spent on the background be sustainable for web comics? I don't make web comics. Like if you had questions about short films and stuff, I can answer. I don't know what the turnaround is for web comics. If you're making your own web comic, I still don't know what you're asking, right? So like if you're making your own webcomic, then take as long as you want to make the product that you want, right? And that's what you should always be doing. Yeah, so take as long as you want. But I'm not, what do you mean by would the amount of time spent on this background be sustainable for a webcomic? What does that mean? Sustainable for a webcomic. This reminds me, fun fact of Superman laser eyes with that is that assuming the lasers go through his pupils, lasers would always meet at the point where the distance, otherwise the eyes look weird. I agree. Also, this should be straight. Is it negative 45? I mean, it looks better if they go away from each other. It defies biological logic, I guess. We're not trying to follow logic in my renders. We're trying to make a good looking image. So we will. Okay, what happens if I zero out both of these? Hold on, let me see something here. Alright, let me rotate these so they're straight. And then apply the rotation. Oh, can't apply? Really? Wow. Alright, so we're gonna change this cylinder to this. We're gonna apply rotation, and then we're gonna get back to this cylinder. There we go. Oh my god, the rotation's wrong again. So let's... What is happening? It's crazy. Alright, let's change this again. Since I can't apply it to multiple ones. Apply rotation. There we go. Okay. I think we're gonna get these eyes correct. They're being really annoying. Now when I look at it from the front, I mean, if I wanted to put out a 30-page webcomic a month, could I spend 3 hours on the background, or would I have to sacrifice quality for production? Once again, I don't make webcomics, but if you're making your own comic, what is the deadline, right? What is your deadline? Like, do you have the store? Is everything set up already and all this stuff? If you have no deadline, then yeah, make the backgrounds in like 2D, right? Or 3D. But do you want it to look this way? Are you in a rush to get it completed? If you're not, then do it whatever way you think is fun. Whatever way you like, right? Do the 3D background. If you think that doing the background 2D would be better, do it in 2D. If you find doing it in 2D is a hassle because you don't enjoy that, then do it in 3D. If it's a hassle in 3D, then I'm not sure. Take pictures and paint over those backgrounds. If you don't like doing that, then maybe, you know, use no backgrounds. You know what I mean? So, is it viable? If it's a comic for you, then yes, it's viable. Learn how to use Blender. Alright, we got... I'm gonna make it just separate just a little bit. There we go. Ferd asks a great question. Kelly, what is your motivation for using Blender or making art? Great question. What is your motivation? Are you trying to work in the comic book industry or the web comic book industry? Are you trying to be self-employed? Are you trying to work in an actual company so you can show your portfolio? Are you trying to what are you trying to do? You know, there's all sorts of different things, you know. And Jiraj says, "Man, this looks awesome." And it loops, Jiraj, and it loops. So I think it's pretty rad. So let's do a thing where we have the monkey looking around. So let's keyframe some of that. Okay. All right, let's fix some of this issue here with the eye. And I think it's because the eye is touching or going through the inside there. Let's see. Oh no, it's not. Is that just like a blur? What is that? Kelly says, Ferd, I just want to make comics and short animations. Then make comics and short animations. Two totally different things though. So you are splitting up, like, you know, you're learning, but it's not like you can't do it. But you also can't necessarily care about like how long it's gonna take you. It's gonna take a long time to learn. Not a long time, but it's gonna take you some time to learn this stuff. And you're learning two different disciplines, right? Comics and short animations are two different. They can like overlap into each other, but they're two different disciplines, and you're learning two different skill sets, right? So if you're learning comic books, then make comics. However you want to make your backgrounds, whatever's the most fun, do it that way. Do it the way that it's fun. All right? That's what it should be. Do it the way that you think is fun. Do it in 3D, do it in 2D, it doesn't matter. Just have fun. The whole point is having fun. Animations, same thing. Do it, have fun. Also, animations take a long time. There's plenty of animations I've seen that are like 10 seconds, like, and this took me 2 weeks. That's actually one of the biggest lessons that it takes me to learn. I like the idea of 2D backgrounds because 3D backgrounds take up more processing power and it's harder to position characters in a 3D background. Then do it that way. You know, if you wanted to do it the other way, you could learn ways around those issues. But if you think that that's, you know, harder to position your characters, then do it in 2D. Do 2D backgrounds and make it that way. I don't see why you want to force anything, you know what I mean, to do the thing. Alright, we're gonna take out depth of field and figure out this eye situation here. Because it's weird. What is that? So what I'm gonna do is I think I know what it is. Suzanne has a base, and we need to make it in emissions, and it needs to be dark. Nope, that didn't do what I thought it did either. Huh. Interesting. Wonder what's causing this. Oh, let me take off snapping. All right. So it's definitely coming from the eye. Let me erase these eyes for a second and figure out what is happening here. Okay, I'm just gonna shrink the eyes just a little bit. That should fix my issue. Let's do it for both of them. There we go. That fixed that. Alright, and then we're gonna fix this eye situation here. Maybe make them a little, go into the edit mode, go to line mode. Just make them a little smaller. There we go. Okay. I'm learning backgrounds from you, Grease Monkey. Well, that is nice. But there's plenty of people who can teach you the theory a lot better than the nice thing about the well-planned 3D background is that you treat it more as a movie set. Yeah. Definitely. And there's a little bit of a learning curve. Kelly, there's a lot of theory that goes behind how to composite a picture, like composition and stuff. For me, I like if when you watch my streams, you always see I do the same thing. I'm always blocking out what I want to do. I have a vision, an idea of what I want, and then what you're really learning from me, Kelly, is more of the technical aspect of Blender on how to use Blender to do what you want it to do. But when it comes to like composition, all that stuff, you could definitely look up some YouTube videos. They do a lot better job. I'm learning that stuff right now at the same time as you. I'm learning backgrounds from you, Grease Monkey. No. I don't know. I guess you are. You're learning a little bit of my process. I'm in the scary stage of experimentation while also not wanting to waste time. So just, Kelly, when you learn anything, right? When you learn anything, like when you learn how to ride a bike, when you learn how to, I don't know, if you driving a car, all that other stuff, there's a long period of time you're not making progress. You're falling off your bike, you're stumbling, you're learning, you're doing 1,000 different ways on how to do it wrong. If you're in that process and you think it's a waste of time, then you'll never get to the part where you know it and stuff. I have spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours with projects that I did not finish, with things that didn't turn out well in Blender, and with things that I didn't figure out in Blender. You're not wasting time. All right, I don't know what what waste of time is, because the way that the way you think about wasting time is if I don't have something to show for it, I wasted my time, right? There's a lot that you don't have to show for in your past, where your last 20 years of breathing wasted time because you don't remember how to do it. It just takes, it's not a waste of time. You're learning how to use the stuff. There's a big learning curve. All right, let's put back the fog. So don't think about it about wasting time. You're learning. It takes time. It's just what it is. If you're passionate about it, it is not a waste of time. Enar says, if you're passionate about it, it is not a waste of time. It sounds like you're looking for the destination more than the journey. Enjoy what you are at and be proud of every step you take. Yes. Appreciating the process is the most important part. If you don't enjoy the process, you're not going to enjoy doing anything. Like, like a weird example is when I used to work in IT. When I used to love it, I enjoyed the process of learning something new about something like a computer, about and then figuring it out and figuring out the puzzle. The end result was nice because it's like that validation that you get, but it wasn't what I was aiming for. I wasn't like trying to check off a list like, ooh, I want to fix 1,000 computers today. I want to build 100 computers today. I want to solve 100 problems today. It's like, no. I see something, I go through the journey, and I figure it out. When I started hating IT, I started hating the process of learning to fix that problem. I started hating the process of building a computer. I started hating the process of, trying to figure out an issue that a computer has, and that's when I stopped liking it, and that's when I was not able to do it at my full efficiency and stuff. So the process, there are things you're not gonna like about the process, but you really have to try and look at the things that you do like. Like, just look. You have to find it, because every issue that you come up, it's not the last time you're gonna come up with an issue. You know what I mean? Love the process. If you have free time, you can go crazy. Nothing matters. Just good vibes and learning. Exactly. You don't have to prove to anybody. You know what I mean? You don't need to prove it to anybody. There's nobody should be expecting something out of you. You should literally be playing around, and stuff. Okay, let me animate this. Learning by asking and learning by doing is two different things. And yeah, and that's why for the members live streams, Kelly, I would really prefer to teach you something than to make something and you watch and stuff. I would prefer you to ask questions, when we have that stream, to do that. Let me animate this. I'm gonna do it right now. So I'm gonna add in a one animation on the Z. We're gonna do insert single keyframe, and then we're gonna do the graph editor. We're gonna add in noise. Way too strong. Suzanne's looking way too quickly. We're going to do a couple things. We're gonna make sure to restrict the frames between 1 to 600, because that's how long our thing is, and we're gonna fade it out 100 so it'll always loop perfectly. Now we're going to set the scale up. Let's do a couple more, but put the scale a little bit down. So instead of fading out at 100, we'll do 50 instead, and then we'll phase this to something to have a more interesting, or offset it, I should say. So we have something more interesting going on here. There you go. This should be more. Yeah, you just need to prove it to yourself. And I know you could be, anybody could be very hard on themselves, but everybody was a beginner at some point. I was a beginner in Blender. I should honestly show some of my first renders. Let's see, let's see if I have my first. I think I could show you guys my first Blender render. You are a wizard, Grease Monkey. Thank you very much, Enar. By the way, guys, I sent something to Discord. I just want to know if you don't mind checking it out. Yeah, let me see if I can find my first render, and I will definitely check that whatever you sent out, Jiraj. Hold on, let me look for it. I think I have my first Blender render ever. I really hope I do. Let's see. This is so funny. This was I think the date should be on there. Let me see if I can find it. Give me a second, guys. Let me play this for the people out there watching while we wait. I'm looking for it now. Oh man, I hope I have it. I may not have it, guys. I hope I didn't hype this up too much here. Looking. I have a lot of old stuff, man. There's a lot of stuff. Like I said, many hours I spent with crap projects. It's kind of insane, actually. Watch, I probably deleted it. I think I did. Ah, never mind. I don't have my first render. I think I have it somewhere in a hard drive, though. Like, I swear I saw it like earlier and I cringed at it. Alright, I'll look for it later. Anyway, what did you send me, Jiraj? Where did you send it? Oh, is it this? Is it the artwork? Well, let me know, Jiraj. Alright, let's see if we can finish this up here. Alright, so we got Suzanne looking. I think we can add some interest to the eye stuff. Let's mess with this shader real quick. Alright, so we have the shader and it's like one color. Let's see if we can add some sort of gradient color to it by just duplicating the gradient we have for the transparency, adding it to this right here. Let's add in the color and let's add in a different color just to see if we can. Alright, so the color's a little better. Alright, but I think alright, so it looks like the color is going from the eyes, so it goes from blue to the pink, right? So the pink comes in, so if we put in the blue stronger. Yeah, it's the thing with power cables. Okay, we'll look at that right after I figure this one out here. White. Let's put this here, and there we go. Maybe this is a little bright. Alright, and then maybe instead of transparency, Hold on. This is interesting what we're doing here. It's yellow. So maybe the gradient shouldn't... Okay, so maybe this should be a Fresnel instead. I think that's my issue. So let's put this into a Fresnel. Okay, we're gonna invert the Fresnel. Hold on. Invert. I just want to see what this looks like. All right, so let's add in a black color. I like that it transitions, but there needs to be one more dot here to be black. There we go. There it is. So now so what I did was I got two different colors. And I might have to stretch these a little further. Or no, maybe I just move this. Hold on. I can animate this too to like come out. So like okay, so I don't like how bright it gets there, so let me fix this. There we go. 1 second. $75. There, I added some variation just a little bit to the colors that are happening here. Like we can even add them, make them yellow so they're green or something, they can really stand out. I think the blue's fine. Maybe the pink can change. Oh, the pink, it should be different. It should be red. I think that's what it should be. These look like the candy bars now. Or no, the ice cream. Those blow pops. Or they're not blow pops, but they're like red, white, and blue ice cream. Or no, it's not ice cream, it's popsicles? Popsicles aren't ice cream, right? Because it's not cream of ice. Alright, just wanted to add in some variation. It's so subtle. It was for me. It was for me. It wasn't for anybody else. Alright, Jiraj. I think we're at 3 hours and 47 minutes. There's actually quite a couple things I want to add more to this. But we're just going to have to call it. This has to be it. This just has to be where it's at. Where it stays. We'll save it. Let me make sure I have everything externally there. We'll do recursive, a block. Let me set this up to download and it's nice and stuff. There we go. We'll hit save. It's perfect. Thank you. All right, let's look at what you sent. Do you mind if I put it on the stream? I assume you don't mind that I put it on the stream. So that's what I'm going to do. We'll hit save. We're doing great. Okay. Of course I don't. Okay, great. That's good. So here's your picture. Very nice. We got cables. We got some grass going on. We got some rocks. Very good, very good, very good, very good. And some real bright light. My eyes. I'm squinting. Ah. All right. So what is it? I like it. But what is it? Do you have any question? You have a specific question at all of what you want me to say? Yeah, Enar says cool stuff. Look at that. Looking cool. Looking hip. But yeah, is there any questions, Jiraj, that you have? I like it. I like the cables. Reminds me of driving when I drove through Rockstar from Rock Generator. Yeah, good stuff. It reminds me of driving down to like those like states where like Texas and stuff like that. Is the power cables from GeoNodes? Are they? And also, did you do the grass in GeoNodes too? I assume you did. I don't think you would use particles, right? Particles are so finicky. Saw some tutorials about that recently. Enar sent. Maybe how much you go about scattering stuff like grass. Yeah, GeoNodes for grass and cables. So yeah, so when it comes to grass and stuff, the only thing that I'm looking at, right? So to scatter stuff, the best way would be GeoNodes. There's different ways to do it with particles, but you know how particles are finicky. I also sent the node group responsible for the cables. Great. So Enar, if you're part of the Grease Monkey Discord, that's where he's sending these. If you're not part of that Discord, definitely join. Link is in the description, Enar. You can join. It's quiet right now. It's a quiet community, but eventually I assume it'll get bigger. So yeah. So as for the grass, so one thing that I would do with the grass is the grass looks pretty uniform. Like if it just got a fresh haircut, not even a grass cut like just joined 5 minutes ago. Nice. Thank you, Enar. Welcome. Welcome to the Discord. Post any of your stuff or questions on there. Interact. Like I said, it's pretty quiet right now. Not that many people are on, but eventually. Anyway, so Jiraj, I think the grass needs a little bit more variation of the type of grass. Needs a little bit more variations on the different types of grass you use. Did you use more than one grass model for this? Cause yeah, you should use a couple different like grass models for this. You should also have some, and the grass models should be different sizes and patches. And honestly, doing it in patches would be a little bit better, for the type of grass and stuff. But yeah, the scatter node. Like I said, I'm not advanced in GeoNodes, but I've seen people do the scatter pretty well. Yeah, I use a few grass models. I threw together quickly. Well, I think the grass model should be like at least very, very varyingly different. It looks like you may have used. It looks like you used only one model, or maybe they're all the same size, so that's what's happening. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I'm gonna hold on. I would also move the rock under the right pole. Let's see. Move the rock under the right pole so it doesn't look like it spawned out of the rock. Yeah, that's another good one. Do the move the rock there. I like where it's positioned and stuff. the sun's bright. What's interesting to me about the sun is that the sun looks like it's radiating a green, like a green, like a green aura. You can see it right here. It has a kind of a bit of a green, unless it's just all this green that's happening. I would say once again, this is your Jiraj. This is your art and how you want to make it and all that stuff. So this is just, it's perfect if you like it. Perfect how it is. Uh, sent the picture of the grass model. Let's see. Where did you send the picture of the grass model? I don't see it. Yeah, on Blender chat? Blender chat, there it is. I see it now. Okay, let's look at these together real quick. Alright, there's your grass model. Ooh, some crazy. You got some GeoNode skills up in here. All you're doing capture attributes? Oh my god, look at you. Ooh, tons of scaling. Interesting. That's for the cables, I assume, right? I think that's what you were doing. Yeah, you just said it now too. Huh? These are your first renders? That's so great. A minion. They're great. These are great. Honestly, your minion's first render is better than mine. Mine's like a piece of like a geometry that's has a glass shader on the floor. It's ugly. And these are the grass textures that you got going on. Okay. So for the grass textures, it looks like this render. Okay, honestly, that might not be my absolute first. So since you're using those grass textures, I don't know if you're going for like a cartoony look or a realistic look. If you go to Texture Haven, let me make a thing real quick here. If you go to Texture Haven, they have a lot of like good grass models that if you wanted to if you wanted to be cartoony, could convert them into that. Let's see what I have. Oh yeah, these aren't grass. They're more like plants and stuff. But you could definitely use, so there's like a lot of good grass models. There's also grass models on Quixel Bridge, I think. Let's see. Yeah, so there's a lot of grass models on this Quixel Bridge, which is free, or Texture Haven. And I would vary it up, right? I would add in like some flowers, some weeds. We got grass here. We got plants, and just adding a little bit of variation on the type of plants that you use. Like, look at all this. This is all just free stuff that you can download with the weeds. I spent so much time for GeoNodes. I just wanted to use them. Honestly, whole scene was thrown together as quickly as possible just to use that GeoNodes. I understand the feeling. I understand the feeling. Yeah, it looks awesome. So yeah, yeah, definitely, use let's see if I can. Yeah, definitely use you're using varying models of grass and stuff. And then you can even pick and choose if you can figure out in geometry nodes on so in your shot, right? If you wanted to improve this, since you just threw this together, just do the geonodes. I'm sure you don't want to work back on this, but for future reference, maybe like around moving this rock I think would be cool, would be better. And then around the poles, like here and here, has like either taller grass, weeds, plants, like things are more growing out of the posts here. And then for the rocks, maybe some different types of grass around the rocks, so you can really highlight those rocks as well. So grass around the poles, grass around the rocks and stuff. And And yeah, I think I think overall it looks pretty good. Just a couple things if you wanted to, but if you're gonna make another scene, yeah. And then something, like I said, something about the uniformity of the grass is like very uniform. Um, if somehow you could figure out how to make it not uniform, uh, that would be the next goal. So me not necessarily telling you what to do, but I think something to look into is varying grass around rocks, varying grass around the poles. I wanted to add some clouds too, but couldn't get that to work quickly. Oh, I know the feeling. I always try to get clouds to work in my renders during the live streams. It's not. You have to have a technique. You have to have it down packed and ready. I would say using planes would probably be the best way. Using any sort of volumes is like a huge headache and stuff. But anyway, good job, man. I would say. Like I said, look at the different models. Look how this scene looks without looking through the camera. It's funny. Okay, so let me revert this back. We'll save it. Go in here. Do the timeline. And thanks for showing it. And thanks for showing it and investing time to give feedback. For sure. Definitely. Definitely. But Jiraj, you're always working hard on this stuff. I know that. You can I've seen your progress. You're doing so good. You're doing great, man. Great. I enjoy it. Okay, so let me set up my final thing here. I think I'm done. It's 4 hours. We're ending this stream. I'm just making it pretty to download. Okay. Oh, I guess we can try out a couple colors, but we'll see. We'll see how good this looks. Okay, so right now we're using these colors. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate them. Put the factor in there. This is in my little fog shader thing I got. Alright. We'll put this. Nothing should change. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's see some different colors and see if anything pops out. We'll spend a couple minutes and then we're done with the stream. You know, there's like a blue background. Oh, but I have to change the shader for the buildings if I really wanted to do a real impact here. Alright, let's pick the background and the foreground first. If we did something like blue. Okay, what if we did something like purple in the background, right? In the foreground we do something blue, right? And then we go into the object here. And ooh, by the way, have you tried experimenting with the real-time compositor branch of Blender by any chance? No. Is that coming? Because the compositor is terrible in Blender. I think it's already there. Real-time compositor branch available already. I'll check it out. That's one that I may check out. Because the compositor is terrible in Blender. Okay. So I got a second look here. Alright, and let's fix the background. Not fix it, but let's make the background match these buildings a little better. What will go good with these red colors? I think I like the original colors better. I like the red though, it's fun. Alright, let's revert everything back. Actually, let's give this a render and we'll do a comparison. That's slot 1. Now let's do slot 2. Good thing I set everything up so I can revert it back. Alright, and slot 2. Alright. What do you guys think of these colors? Red, purple. More colors. Red, purple. Blue. Red buildings. Background. The red buildings look nice though. What do y'all think? Honestly, I think I actually like the other one. I may bring it back. Yellow pops out way more. You're absolutely right. The only thing I think I want to change is from this one is maybe the colors of the beams, but that's about it, and I think we can work with this. Not sure which one I like better, with the second one is a nicer contrast. Me neither, man. Although I like about the first one that it hides the monkey a bit more. It does. It's more omniscient. Still thinking. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this one. Save copy. And we'll call this, you know, final. And we'll call it purple. Okay, final purple, save. Alright, now let's revert it back to that other color. And we'll make it work and address the issues that you brought up, Jiraj. Real quick. I think I know how to do it. So let's go back here. Let's go to our objects. Let's unmute all of these. Instead of doing a hue saturation, we'll just change the colors for this one. All right. And let's see if we can hide the monkey a bit better. I think we could do it a couple ways. So let's figure out. It's just this right here. So I think I'm hiding it a bit better there. So it could be this could be the solution, right? Or the other solution could be messing with the settings of the volumetrics. All right, let's see, 1500. There it is. So we can make it really bright. We're not gonna make it really bright. I just want to see what this looks like. Okay, cool. Make it bright. Okay. Great. All right. I think I solved it. The issues are good. Red does pop out more. Contrast is the blue. We got the red laser beams. Maybe they should be a little bit of a different color, but then we're done. We're done. All right, we're done tweaking. See, this is what happens. It lasts forever. Yeah, I think we're done. We're done. See, I'm over here tweaking, figuring out. We're gonna save this as final red. Boom. Okay. Think we're good. Honestly, this is the best option out of all so far. Great. Okay. Wow. I'm 4 hours and 12 minutes in. This is my longest stream, and I forgot to do my last bit of malarkey. Let me do it quick. We're gonna go into the graph editor. We're gonna go into the first frame. We're going to add a keyframe on the camera location. Great. We're gonna add. Go to here. Hit end so we can get the end panel. Go to modifiers. We're gonna add in noise. You're gonna see that the camera shakes a bunch. We don't want that. We'll give it some time. We'll hit restrict frames. We'll add it 600 and we'll do 50-50 for the fade in and out. Now we're gonna have some camera move, but we can make it stronger. Ooh, reveals our mystery there. We shouldn't do that too far, so maybe 1.7. All right, this is some subtle stuff here. We're going, we're moving, the camera's moving, we're liking it. 500, 600, 50, 50. It moves out a little bit. That's how we make it loop. We'll hit save. We'll go hit copy. We'll go to location Y, paste. And then in location Y, we will offset it by a bunch. And we hope that adds... Oh, that breaks our illusion. Maybe we could fix that. Okay, so we'll go here, and then we'll add that, and then it goes up and down a bit. Let's see where... Oh, let me add the noise, and then put the offset to 400. Alright. Let's see where it breaks here, because it breaks right... It breaks somewhere here. Hold on. There it is. Right here. And I think we can fix that by just extending this face on the x-axis, and we fix that issue. And you know, just for safety, in case I'm not catching it, we'll do it on the same way here. There. Okay, we go back, and we got our subtle camera move that goes up, down, forward, back, left, right. Okay, let's see what this looks like in wireframe. Well, not wireframe, but like at actual full speed. Let's see. Because right now it's going half the frame rate. So let's put this on solid. We'll put this on solid, and now we got 60 frames. To make it look better, we'll put a max cap, and we will do random, and then we can see this better. What's crazy is that it looks good, and I can see that the monkey turns a little quickly. Good thing I played this in real time. Let's set the scale up a little further. I'm sold on half speed as well. I may put it in half speed in post. We'll just do 30 frames a second, and it'll be half speed. Okay, perfectly loops, great. If I did it half speed, right? If I put this at 30 frames, let's see what that... Then it looks like slow motion. I mean, I guess that could be cool. Full speed. Bam! Running. Things are happening. We're moving. We're going quick. It doesn't look terrible though. Doesn't look terrible either way. Okay, we're done. We're done. This is it. This is it. Alright guys, thank you everybody for joining me today on this stream. I appreciate everybody that was here, gave me some good conversation. Enar, thank you for commenting and giving you know, good advice. And Kelly, thank you for asking all the questions you did. I appreciate you always coming in here, asking questions. That's the way to do it. Ferd, thank you for being here. Evelyn, thank you for being here. Who else has been here? Kelly, Ferd, Spitfire, of course, thank you. I know he's gone. Jiraj, Evelyn, Enar. No problem for the feedback. As always, I don't mind as long as you're willing to listen. Kelly, thank you once again for everything. Thank you for everything. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it. This stream actually ended up really, well, not that I doubted it, but ended up really good, just really long, 4 hours and 18 minutes. We're doing a lot of stuff here. Have a good one. Take care. Have a good weekend. Have a good everything. I hope to see you in the next one in the future. I take care. Tuesday, it's coming. All right. Take care, guys. This will be on my Instagrams. All right, saving, and see you later, guys.